Sorry, I had a dog revolution going on. Chag Sameach, everyone. The anticipated meeting, I'm going to talk about the longed for betrothal of God and Israel. The integrating notion, the marriage of Israel and God on Shavuot, the cosmic coupling of Shekhinah and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Tiferet and Malchut in the Kabbalistic elementals, Shekhinah and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Amen v'Amen. The first certain Tikkun, the first all-night session of study in preserved in a secret letter, Igeret Alkabetz, the letter of Shlomo Halevi Alkabetz. I wrote a letter. I am the word merchant of Lecha Dodi, the wedding song welcoming every Friday night, the Shekhinah Malchut, the Kala, the bride, as she comes looking for her beloved HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Tiferet, Knesset Yisrael, the community of Israel, on the occasions when we allow ourselves to be found. Amen. All these melodies come from the place where the story begins, Salonika. Now, Thessaloniki, in the polyglot Ottoman world. L'chadoti dikrat kala, v'nei Shabbat nekabela. L'chadoti dikrat kala, v'nei Shabbat nekabela. Shamor v'zachor v'dibur echad, yishmi'anu el hamiuchad Adonai echad. Shemo echad, Shemu l'tiferet v'lichila. In the secret letter, mid-16th century, circulated throughout Europe, written by myself, Shlomo Halevi Alkabetz, one of the musical Shlomos, recalling a Shavuot night in 1533. Salonika, now Thessaloniki, in the polyglot Ottoman world. Salonika, conquered by the Sultan Murad a century earlier, it would remain Muslim until 1912, and a good 1/5 Jewish until 1943, when its entire Jewish population was carried off to Auschwitz. Between the wars, Salonika was a port on the Mediterranean closed on Shabbat. Living in Salonika in 1533 were myself, Alkabetz, and my teacher, Rabbi Yosef Karo, HaMechaber, we call him, HaMechaber, of the Shulchan Aruch, the well-set table, who I refer to as Hechasid, the pious one. Caro, Spanish for dear one, pious one. He was already known for his first halachic work, the Beit Yosef. He came to Salonika in 1530 and indulged his fascination with Chen, Chochma Nisteret, hidden wisdom. Kabbalah, K.G. Yosef Karo. Karo would be visited for over 50 years by a Magid. He called it a Magid, a spirit, a voice that spoke through him. He read Mishnah, an anagram for neshama, soul. And through his being spoke this Magid. It was an angel that spoke through him. sometimes masculine, sometimes feminine, sometimes masculine and feminine. He called it Ima, Shechina, Mishnah. Shalom Aleichem, Malachi Asari, Malachi Elyon, Malachi Harachami, Mi Melech, Malachi Hamalachim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He called this spirit, this angel, he called it the Darshan, the Kol, the Dibur, the Mishnah, the Ima, the Shechina. He, she was called by all these names. This from the compiler of the central text of organizational halakha. Masculine halachist, feminine master of Kabbalah, Yosef Karo, whose ancestor, by the way, is buried in the Chesed Shalemet Cemetery on White Road. Rabbi Stone Goodman buried him there himself. In the year 2000, Mr. Lipschitz of blessed memory. When Yosef Karo spoke, the angels appeared in an invisible ring of fire around him. Yosef Karo imagined himself as Moshe Rabbeinu. And myself, Alkabetz, I was his Aaron. This is how I describe the preparation for the first Tikkun from my letter. We agreed, the Chassid and I, to stay awake the 3 days before the holiday. We immersed in the mikveh. We purified ourselves properly to greet the bride. We agreed not to stop learning for even 1 second. Thank God we were successful. I prepared verses from the Torah. We chanted aloud in a spirit of great awe with melody and verve. What happened next will not be believed. After all the verses, we recited out loud all the Mishnahs of Zeraim, the first of the 6 orders. And then we started again. Learning it in the way of true learning, we completed 2 tractates. At midnight, the Creator graced us, and we heard a voice coming from Rabbi Karo, HaMechaber, HaChassid. Listen, my beloved, those who most glorify the Creator, my loved ones, Shalom Aleichem. Happy are you and happy those that bore you. Happy are you in this world, and happy you will be in the world to come, because you took upon yourselves to crown me on this night. It has been many years since my crown has fallen. There has been no one to comfort me. I have been cast to the dust, embracing filth, but now you have restored my crown. Strengthen yourselves, my dear ones. Forge ahead, my beloveds. Be joyous. Know that you are among the exalted. You approach the king's palace. The voice of your Torah and breath of your mouths arose before God and pierced through the many firmaments until the messenger angels were quieted and the fire angels hushed, and all God's lofty retinue listened to your voices. I am the Mishnah that advises humankind. I have come to speak with you. If only there were 10 of you, you would have ascended even higher. Still, you have elevated yourselves and those who bore you. I have been summoned this night through those gathered in this great city, Salonika. You are not like those sleeping. You have cleaved to the one and have pleased God. My children, strengthen yourselves and push forth in my love, my Torah, my awe. Amen v'amen. Now, with a loud voice, as on Yom Kippur, say with me, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Leolam Va'ed. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Leolam Va'ed. Sing it again. In the melody of our Salonika, sing it slowly. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto. Close your eyes and sing it in a melody rescued from our Salonika, where I sit in 1533 with seven of the dear ones who sat and began the Tikkun on this night, 2,845 years since Sinai, the repair of our past. Take a deep breath now and sing with me. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam Va'ed. We recited verses until daybreak. In the morning, we went to immerse ourselves. As we had on the 2 previous days, in the mikveh, we met 3 others who we had been waiting for. We now made the minyan. They promised to join us on the 2nd night of the Chag, tomorrow night. On night 2, we did the same as the night before, except this time we were 10. And the voice did not wait to begin at midnight as it had the night before, but it made itself heard immediately, and it began to teach. Listen, my dear ones, those most glorifying God, arise and raise those who are lying in the dust through the mystical secret of the dust from above. Many matters of wisdom were taught, and afterwards the voice said, happy are you, my dear ones that raised me. Happy are you, how high you have been elevated. Happy are you now that you are 10, as is proper in all matters of holiness. If permission were granted, your eyes would behold the fire surrounding this house. Strengthen yourselves, do not break the bond with above. Say aloud with me. Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam Va'ed. Yo me quiero, madre. Y me quiero, madre. Y me quiero, madre. Now bring your voice down low, children. Y me quiero, madre. After another half an hour, we returned to studying the secrets. Exactly at midnight, the voice returned a second time, teaching for over an hour and a half. It praised the learning and said, do you see and hear this voice speaking? Ask your elders and know that for hundreds of years, you are the only ones to merit such an experience. Be alert to help each other, to strengthen the weak. Hold yourself as leaders. You are the princes of the king's palace, and you have merited to enter the hallway now. Now come into the inner chambers. But do not forsake the entryway. For one who leaves the gate, blood is on his head. Come in and behold, the day is coming when men and women will abandon the exile and their silver and worldly pleasures, their gods of gold and desires of wealth. They will travel to the Holy Land. It is possible, it is possible. You have merited what others for many generations have not merited. You have merited what many generations have not merited. If you can, my baby. On the following Shabbat, the voice again came to my teacher, Rabbi Caro. He again gathered the 10 together. Proud I am, Alphabets, to be one of the originals. And to witness, he urged them to enter the inner palace. They agreed to set aside every desire, to refrain from meat and wine and mourn the exile and the Shekhinah. We held a Tikkun, Leil, Shavuot the next year, 1534. A few months later, plague broke out. Pious Yosef Karo lost his wife, 2 sons and a daughter. The angel stopped speaking from his mouth. At the end of the year of mourning, he remarried and moved to Nikopol on the banks of the Danube in what you call Bulgaria. Karo became ill. By 1536, he had declined so that I, Alkabetz, his student, came from Salonika to say goodbye. When I arrived, Rabbi Yosef Karo revived. He would live another 40 years. The voice from heaven returned, and on a Sabbath in February 1536, the angel appeared in my presence and asked that the 2 of us keep the oath. Keep the oath. I then wrote the famous letter, recalling and recording the events of the Tikkun, Leil, Shavuot in Salonika that had taken place almost 3 years earlier. In 1536, during the Hebrew month of Elul, Karo and myself, Alkabet, sailed from the port of Constantinople. 10 days later, we landed in Eretz Yisrael. We set up residence in Tzfat. Rabbi Karo became the chief rabbi of Tzfat until 1546, till his death in 1575. Tzfat in the north, the holy city on the hills, so began the golden age of Kabbalah. In Tzfat, the ascendants of the imaginative circle who gathered around the holy Ari. I would create Lechadodi, become a teacher to my brother-in-law, Cordovero, Rabbi Yosef Karo, and everyone in his circle honored the voice of the Maggid the rest of his years. His spirit would move through his ancestors. I feel the poets. I feel the poets. I feel the poets of the diaspora speaking through me now. The halachists, the Kabbalists, the Karos, the Alkabetzes, all the dear pious ones. When you open your mouth, whose voice do you hear? When you open your mouth, what speaks through you? Be a mouthpiece for a Maggid. Be a poet, be a vessel, be a voice, be a Torah, be a Maggid, be a Mishnah, be a Neshama, an anagram for the soul. Be a listener, be nothing, be nothing, be nothing, be nothing. Be a vessel, an empty vessel for God. Be nothing, be nothing, be an empty vessel for God. Amen. Be amen. Y en mi quiero, Padre, y en mi quiero, y en mi quiero, I'm gonna make the lights now. It's been raining where I am, and the matches are sensitive. There we go. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kitshanu b'mitzvotav, v'tzivanu להדליק נר של יום טוב. Chag Sameach for everyone. Thanks for coming and have a good holiday. Thanks for listening to the story of the first Tikkun, Leil, Shavuot. Amen v'amen.
Thank you, Rabbi Jim. So we are earlier than we're running on time is really what's happening, which we didn't account on. So shall we go to our learning sessions early? Does that work for all of our teachers? I see Rabbi Bennett. Can everyone see my screen? Do you see the three options here? So what we'd like you to do,
Rabbi Bogart, is Emily here?
yeah, I don't see Emily here, and I don't see Laura or Yoni here. Is that possible? Which makes it difficult to have our next classes. No one knows anything about Yoni or Laura or Emily. Jim, you want to do a little more music while we get moving then?
I'd be happy even to talk about the piece that I wrote. I'd heard some years ago that there was a circulating letter from Alkabetz. Alkabetz always intrigued me. Anybody from the, can you hear me, everyone? Anybody from that circle of the Holy Ari in Sfat in the 16th century intrigued me. And so I had heard that Alkabetz, who was accompanying Rabbi Yosef Karo, Yosef Karo, that he had written an account of how the Tikkun Leil Shavuot actually started in Salonika. I was also always fascinated by the music that comes from Salonika because there's something very special about it. And my teacher, when he gave over these tunes from to me, I could always recognize the ones from Salonika. And everything that I sang tonight in that piece were melodies that were collected in the community of Salonika. That pretty much doesn't exist anymore. But between the wars, there was an ethnomusicologist that traveled around the Mediterranean and documented these melodies from all these places. So the melodies that I sang are all authentic melodies from there in Salonika, because that's where Joseph Karl was living, and Alkabetz. So the first one was Lachado D, which is just one of the great.
So while Jim does that, just to let people know, we're going to be starting at 8:30. We're going to wait until that time. All of the teachers are going to be on at their regular time. So we'll have some music and some chatting and maybe a little talk about Shavuos in general until
then. פני שבת נקבלה, לך דודי לקראת קלה, פני שבת קבלה, שמור זכור בדיבור אחד, ישמיענו אל המיוחד, אדוני אחד, שמו אחד, השם בתפארת ובתחילה. I thought, wow, that's a great tune. There's Shalom Aleichem I sang also from. Shalom Aleichem, Malachi Yashari, Malachi Elyon, Malachi Harachami. Also the Sephardi version adds another element. It adds the angels of mercy, the Malachi Harachami, that the Ashkenazi version doesn't have. So it has lots of beautiful qualities, these melodies. And then the other melody I sang is also a very famous Sephardic folk song that we just recorded from Salonika. It's called Ir Mikir, I long for my mother, Jerusalem. Ir Mikero, madre. Ir Mikero, madre. Also a very beautiful song. So I gathered up these songs and I put the Lord, the Igeret Alkabetz, the famous letter which he describes how the Tikkun started. Now there is another theory that in the Zohar, the classic text of Jewish mysticism, like 3 centuries earlier, there was also reference to some kind of event on Shavuos, but it's not clear that it was a Tikkun. But by the 16th century, in this story about Yosef Karl and Alkabetz, bingo, it's clear that this was the origin of the custom of the Tikkun. Also, that part about his ancestors being buried on White Road, that's also a true story. There was a wonderful person here who brought this is a great story, but the son brought the Rolling Stones here in the 60s. He was a promoter, very interesting guy. And I met him and he passed away and I did his funeral. And after in the Shiva house, his dad came to me and says, you know, I have famous yichus, I have famous ancestry. I don't really know that much about them, but he brought out a prayer book and a seal that goes into a book. And it was the prayer book and a seal of Yosef Karo. So their family was descended from Yosef Karo, and that man is buried in Chesed Shalem Eserta on White Road. So everything in that story that you heard was pretty much taken from this letter of Alkabetz that I tracked down. Does anybody have any questions about that piece? You want to ask me anything about it? To most people, it's kind of a surprise, the story. And also the fact that one of the more unusual features of the story is well known that Yosef Karo, this master of halakha and compiler of the legal code, had this spirit pretty much directed his life for over 50 years. And by the way, this was not an uncommon thing in our among our great teachers. Let's see, does anybody, I'm looking at the chat here. Oh, these are all businesses. Okay. Anybody else have any questions about that piece? Anything that you want to ask me about?
Jim, I love that Mishnah and Neshama are interchangeable. I never heard that. That's brilliant.
They're anagrams of each other.
Yeah,
Yeah.
great.
And that's how he would invoke the Magid, the spirit, was he would recite Mishnahs, which is a little confusing because if you've ever read Mishnahs, you know there couldn't be a less inspirational kind of literature. But the reason he did that was because Mishnah and Neshama were anagrams of each other, and he was invoking the various levels, depths of his soul. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Mishnah and Neshama, yeah. So there's not much written about Rebbe Caro, and you know, in their own element, they were not at all ashamed of this notion that he should be left brain, right brain. You know, that he should be the master of Kabbalah and the master of Halakha. That's really no contradiction. Only in our time would it be. Make sense? Any other responses to that piece?
Who was Joseph Caro and how did you get to know him?
Yosef Karo was the compiler of the main compendium of Jewish law called the Shulchan Aruch. He lived in the 16th century.
Okay, I have that.
And he was the one who initiated this custom. And the first year, he engaged Alkabetz, his Aaron, he called him. He was Moses and Alkabetz was his Aaron. He engaged, who's the writer of the text of Lecha Dodi, compiler of the text, the custom, but they only had 7 people. They didn't have a minyan. So on the second night, when they went to the mikveh, there were 3 guys that didn't show up the first night. They say, hey, you got to make the minyan. They made the minyan, and that's when the circle of fire came around them, and they realized they had something really extraordinary going, and that became the Tikkun Leil Shavuot. That became the origin of the custom to study the night of Shavuos. And then in a few years, there was a plague, and then, you know, things happened, this and that. Alkabetz thought that Caro was dying, so he went to visit him, and then Caro was again, he revived, and as he did his whole life, he was led by this voice that spoke through him, this spirit that spoke through him, and instructed him to go to Israel, and that's how he ended up in Sfat. And if you ever visit Sfat, you'll see Caro's footprints everywhere around Sfat. He's a very famous person in our tradition, very famous. Yosef Caro.
Jim, that was a fascinating story, and I wonder if you have other music from either Salonika or do you have your oud with you?
Yeah, who is that speaking?
Sharon Weissman.
I can't see who it is.
Sharon Weissman.
Oh, hi.
Hi. So I just love your music, and if you could honor us by playing some other songs, that would be very grateful.
Sounds guitar.
hearts could sing like the sea, and our lips express like the waves, if our hands spread forth like the eagles of heaven, and our feet were as swift as deer, and our feet were swift as deer. Ooh, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. My mouth, my bones, my blood, oh, the soul that you placed in me. Who shall go for me? I will go. Yeah, who shall go for me? I will go. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. And my eyes, my bones, my blood, my soul, and who shall go for me? I will go. And who will bless? I will bless. And who shall go for me? Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. My bones, my blood, my soul, my blood. Who shall go for me? I will go. Who will bless? I will bless. I'll tune some Salonica.
So thank you, Rabbi Goodman. We're going to go for a moment to Rabbi Rosenberg, who's going to give us just a quick introduction to Shavuot, and then we are going to go off to our breakout rooms. So if you have not sent in your request for a breakout room, please do put it into the chat. Let us know which one you want to go to so that I can go ahead and pre-assign you.
How do you type into the chat?
On the bottom, it just says chat, but who was that who spoke? If you tell me what breakout room you want, I'll just put you in it right now.
Cheryl, number 3.
Cheryl, number 3. I will put you in there, Cheryl, but
Thank you.
please put it in
I
the chat.
tried. I went to chat, but I couldn't figure out how to type in it.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
It can be tough,
I
I
think
know.
it may depend on the device that you're using. My tablet doesn't offer that.
Right, I'm having the same problem. This is Sharon Silverstein. I would like number 1, but when I type in the chat, it didn't show how to send it. But I'm doing it on my computer. I could
did.
type it, but it wasn't sending it anywhere.
I said, look, how do you unmute it?
Yeah.
How do we have the
Okay.
chat? Yeah.
Everybody,
Yeah.
I would like,
hang on. Let's start with the introduction to Shavuot, and then everybody who was able to type in the chat, we'll move you guys over, and then that way there's only a few of us left to get sorted. Is that okay?
And we'll help everyone then.
Yeah.
Thank you, Randy.
All right.
she can't hear me.
Why not?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Li-
Hi, everyone. This is Daniel Bogart from CRC. I went ahead and muted the whole list. So I'm just going to restate what Randy Smith said a moment ago, because I know it was hard to hear with lots of people speaking over each other. If you are able to go into the chat, I encourage you to go ahead and type in which number you want. If you look at the screen right now, which shows up as my picture, are the options. If you're not able to type into the chat, or you've got any other technical issues, don't worry about it. Just hang out here after Rabbi Rosenberg gives us our introduction. We will help anyone who needs help get where they need to go. So with that, I am going to turn it back over to Rabbi Rosenberg.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Thank you, Rabbi Bogart. Just a quick introduction to Shavuot. I know this evening there are, well into the morning, there will be many, many different topics that we all get to discuss. Just to talk a little bit about the origins of Shavuot. In the Torah, Shavuot actually is an agricultural holiday. It's a harvest holiday. And never actually in the Torah is it referenced as a holiday that commemorates the giving of the Torah. That only comes later with the destruction of the temple and the rabbis needing to think about what are those connections. And in a very beautiful way, because of the counting of the Omer, it is also connected to Pesach. And we talk about the Exodus from Egypt and this movement that they make from freedom into this moment of Matan Torah, of receiving the Torah at Sinai. And as Rabbi Goodman sort of alluded to, this beautiful relationship, this marriage that is between God and the people of Israel. And so with the Exodus, then they move forward and really solidify that relationship with the giving of the Torah. And so the rabbis were able to bookend this period with Pesach and then having Shavuot. And sometimes Shavuot is called Atzeret, meaning that it is the end, and it marks the end of this full period that we've been together or been observing since Pesach. And so as you heard from Rabbi Goodman, and I don't want to go too far into it, because if you're still around at 10:30, that will be one of the sessions that we're talking about what is this whole Tikkun, Leil, Shavuot that we do? But of course, the rabbis instituted many different ways that we could observe this holiday. So one is certainly coming together to do some study, because what better way to celebrate our relationship and covenant with God than to study Torah together. But I'll just also add that there certainly is, for those who like to eat and like to think about what Judaism has, there's the eating of dairy foods, which many people will do, such as eating cheesecake and blintzes and so on, and just a couple of other beautiful customs. People will decorate with greenery, so that is there. We read the book of Ruth, and tonight there will be different options where we will get to hear about that, about the book of Ruth and how it is connected with Shavuot. And many people also eat honey on Shavuot. Why? Because Torah is sweet like honey, and we continue that study. And so tonight, as we enter into this festival and go through tomorrow, so that we are preparing ourselves to continue to celebrate this holiday, then we do so with study, with lots of different opportunities. The beautiful thing about Tikkun, Leil, Shavuot is that the rabbis didn't say you have to study this. While there are some texts that people do specifically study, it's been thrown open. So for centuries, people have studied what they want to study so that they can continue their love of Torah and their love of learning. And so I know in just a moment, I think we will break up into our groups. I'm happy if anybody has basic questions or questions. There's a couple of us on here who I'm sure would be happy to answer.
So thank you, Rabbi Rosenberg. And I'm going to go ahead and actually send everyone to their rooms. So I'm going to go ahead and open these rooms. Randy Smith, will you go ahead and make sure that all of the teachers are co-hosts so that they can share their screens? Go ahead, and you're just going to, if you see an invite that just popped up, go ahead and click to it to accept it. If you haven't typed into the chat where you want to go, or you couldn't figure it out, don't worry about that. We will help you do that in just a moment. So go ahead and click join or accept the invitation if you see that. And then I will start adding people to other places. Okay. So again, if you can, go ahead and type in the chat where you want to go, and I will assign you. And then as soon as I get all the people who have typed into the chat where they want to go, then I will start helping individually where you are. Actually, at this point, it might be easier if I just do it that way. So I'm going to do let's go ahead and unmute everyone who's left in here. Randy, can you do that, please? And then I'm just going to do a roll call. And if you'll tell me where you want to go, 1, 2, or 3, that would be great. Annie.
Is it just those 3?
Just those 3 for the first session.
I couldn't remember. Okay. 3, please.
Bob Sparks.
1, please.
The Olshans.
Daniel, would you send me to my room?
I couldn't hear. I'm sorry. The Olshans, where would you like to go? Bobby, where do you want to go?
Click this. You'll see everyone on. That's not everything.
Hi, Rabbi. Sorry to interrupt. This is Emily Cohen. I think Rabbi Bennett and I need to be sent to the rooms we're teaching in. He's in 1, I'm in 3.
Thank you, Emily.
Not sent. I'm
Thanks.
sorry.
Sorry.
Yep.
Thank you.
There you go. Rabbi Bennett's in 1, and who's in 3? Emily.
Emily Cohen. Yeah.
There you go, Emily. Sorry about
Thank
that.
you. No worries. Thanks.
Let me go ahead and make both of you. There we go. Yeah. Sorry, these last people are harder than I thought it was going to be. Okay, Bobby, where do you want to go? 1, 2, or 3? Cheryl, where do you want to go?
3.
2.
Cheryl, we've got 2 different Cheryls. Just someone say your name and where you want to go last
Cheryl
name.
Adelstein, 2.
Okay, and the other Cheryl?
3.
Oh, Calman in
Another
2.
Cheryl.
Okay, oh, there's more than that. Okay, Dawn.
Number 1, please.
Eileen? Faye?
1, please.
Judy? Julia Lieberman?
2. 2, thank you.
Lee Braff?
Number 3, Emily's, please.
Maddie Brown? Rabbi Senker?
3 would be great, thank you.
Ron Fagerstrom?
2.
Sarah Ann Patz?
Room 2, please.
Sarah Marks? Sharon Silverstein?
1, please.
Cheryl Kalman?
2, please.
Susan Spiegel?
A lot of Cheryls.
Susan Spiegel? Toby Matava?
2, please.
Vicky Siegel?
1.
Okay, I'm going to start back up at the top. Bob and Joyce Olshan? Bobby Freundglass? Bobby? Eileen? Judy?
1.
Maddie? Judy is 1?
1, yes.
Maddie? Anyone else who's here who wants to be assigned, go ahead and just say your name.
Cheryl Watley.
Cheryl, you already should have gotten an invite. You should look around, look for an accept button.
Okay, it just popped up.
Anyone else who's in the chat right now who hears me? Is there anyone who wants to be assigned somewhere? Susan, where can I send you?
3, please. Thank you.
Anyone else? Sarah Marks, where can I send you?
I just typed in 3.
Great. Anyone else? You should have an invite, both of you.
Saw it, okay.
Maddie, can I send you somewhere? Sending you there now. Eileen, where can I send you? If you want to just stick up a finger, 1, 2, or 3, I'll send you, Eileen. Number 2. Okay. Everyone should have their invites. Let's make sure that great.
Daniel Allen just got here.
Alan, where can I send you?
I have no idea.
So if you look at the screen, you should see mine. You have 3 choices. And if you let me know which of those 3, I can send you there. Eileen, are you having trouble?
I see. Okay. Temple Emmanuel.
Number 3.
5-legged. Number 3. Yes.
Liz, can I send you somewhere?
Yeah, to 1, please.
Okay. And Eileen, do you see the accept button? It should be towards the bottom. There should be if you look around. I'm going to see if I can unmute you, Eileen. Nope, it won't let me unmute you, so I can't help you that way. I'm sorry. Daria, I see that you just joined. Can I send you to, oh, you're in the waiting room still. I'm sorry. Daria, welcome. Can I send you to one of the breakout rooms? You should see on this screen right now your 3 choices.
She's still connecting to audio.
Randy, I'm going to go ahead and make you the host for a second. I want to see if this works. Yeah, and it's still streaming. That didn't interfere.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go take a break for a couple minutes.
Okay.
Will you hang out here, make sure everything's okay?
Yeah, we're not moving anything over from, are we going to play any music or anything over the breakout room screen or?
Daniel?
Yeah, someone there?
It's Lee Braff, yes. You put me into Emily's, but you didn't restore the video. I'm looking at a black screen when I'm in that room.
Is everyone else looking at a black screen?
Apparently not. They all seem to be able to see each other.
I don't know. That must be you.
Well, I didn't put myself into safe driving. This was done by the host.
You're in the right breakout room, right?
I'm right. I'm in Emily's, but I have no idea, who else is there or what's going on or anything. I'm just getting audio, no video.
Randy, Randy, why don't you boot her out of that waiting room and then just drop her right back in?
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're done eating.
Daniel?
Yep.
Hi there, Chag Sameach. It's Joyce and Bob. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. We were eating dinner, so that's why we didn't break out. So Chag Sameach to you. Do you want to go ahead and put us into room number 2?
That works great. Randy, can you add them?
Yeah, hold on just one second. I'm trying to help out Lee here real quick.
Yes.
Still a black screen, I'm afraid.
Still a black screen?
Yep.
You said you're in safe driving mode?
Yes, I've never seen that before. And it
Oh,
doesn't.
you're on your phone? You're on your phone?
I'm on a tablet.
You swiped too far to the side. Try swiping to the left.
Swipe to the left?
Yeah, like move everything over or swipe to the right, or I don't know which direction, but
Okay, thank you. I have not encountered that in Zoom meetings before. Now, how do
No
I get
problem.
back to the 5-legged table?
Randy's going to send you there now.
You should have, let me see here. You should have the invite at the bottom of your screen.
Yes.
Just accept it.
And Phyllis, can we send you to one of these rooms?
Yes, please.
No,
Which
I
room
don't.
would you like?
I just have the list.
I'll take,
Oh, wait a minute. Now I might be able to get into chat. I couldn't get.
Phyllis,
is it 3?
put up the finger. Sorry. Which number?
Is it 3?
3.
I don't know. Oh, it's
3?
The 3-legged. That's number 3 or the 5. Yeah, number 3. Randy, will you send her? And I'll be back, Randy. Thank you.
Your invite should be at the bottom of the screen there, Phyllis. Bob and Joyce, where did you want to go?
The 2, please. Okay. We'll take door number 2.
Looks like you should have an invite at the bottom of the screen.
No. Yes, now we do. Oh.
Yes.
No. Randy, will you make me the host again?
Wait a minute. What happened? I think we got.
You accidentally shared your screen.
When prompted, select yes. Oops.
Yeah,
Gonna try again.
Zahava, can I send you? Oh,
we didn't go. We got booted and back again.
You just got to click accept.
We didn't see anything that said accept. We're on an iPad. It might be different. Oh,
Look
maybe
on the bottom. Look
Right,
around the bottom. There should be something there for you. Zahava, where can I send you? 1, 2, or 3?
Join a breakout room is the second one.
Where?
The second one.
Zahava, can you hear me? Lee, did you find the join button?
No, I got a little screen that said when prompted, select yes. I was never prompted. I'm hitting more. Chat. Okay.
Zahava, can I send you to a room? Is there somewhere you'd like to go? Do you hear me?
Yes, anywhere.
Okay, you've been sent. You should be able to click accept.
Daria, is there anywhere we can send you?
Lee, you are sent to the right one. You just need to click accept. There you go. Okay. And I am going to go join one of the breakout rooms because I think that'll send it there for the stream.
Okay, well, what about if anybody else comes in and wants to go somewhere? Because I'm not the host.
I'm going to take a look. I don't know how that'll work.
But then if you're the host, then you'll be gone. So that doesn't work anyway.
I'm going to see. I'll know immediately once I join whether or not I can still see these things.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone who is watching this on the live stream, I'm actually going to turn off the live stream because it's not allowing me to show any of the individual breakout rooms. And I will change that for the 9:30. By 9:30, we will have one room for that will be broadcast live. So again, if you're watching this and you'd like to take part, we encourage you to head to, oh, I guess I could do that, Randy, couldn't I? I could just put up a full screen thing with the Zoom link.
Yeah.
Where is the Zoom?
Hi, Donald.
Hi, I've been trying for a long time. I was on Facebook and not getting through to anybody, but if I can still get into one, I'd like to get into one.
Absolutely. Daniel's going to send you an invite to one, and then you should be able to just click the accept at the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
Okay. John, where can I send you? Oh, I can't hear you. You're muted, but if you put up a finger, 1, 2, or 3, I'll send you there.
Send me to the, do I have to be Jim Bennett? Wow,
Great.
This is great. Jim Bennett, yeah.
You've been sent. You should have an invite. You can just click accept. And Carla Hope, I see you on here too. If you tell me which one you'd like to go to, I will send you there as well. I don't see you.
Bennett. Rabbi Bennett.
Okay, and you should have an invite there as well. Randy, I'm actually going to leave the live stream up, I think, just with that link there, and I'm just going to mute myself. So I would encourage you to mute yourself also.
Okay.
Randy, you can go into one of those rooms if you want to also. I can drop you in there.
Well, I don't want to leave you here to manage all by yourself, though.
Whatever.
We're in this together, Daniel.
Okay, I'll be back.
Okay.
I should probably make you the host as long as I'm. Oh, there's someone else.
I was in a breakout session, but we really need some help.
In session number 3,
Yes.
I have an invite to go there. I'm on my way.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how I get back there now, but.
You should be able to click at the bottom to go to your breakout session.
Oop. Randy Smith, you probably want to turn off your video because when I leave the room, it goes to just a picture of you streaming. Hey, Debbie. And Karen. Hi, everyone. If you tell me which breakout room you would like to go to, I will send you wherever you'd like.
Hey, Daniel, it's Karen. I'm here early for KB's Tomato Vu.
You said number 2, Karen, is that right? Go to, I will send you wherever you'd like.
No, go ahead and send me to, oh, I don't know. I got here early. I guess, yeah, 2 is fine, Daniel.
Number 2, Karen, is that right?
Yeah,
And sorry, there's an echo from someone. If you tell me your room numbers, everyone, or put up your fingers of what room number I'll send you there. Debbie Merrill, so good to see you. Sending you to 1. Jacqueline. Number 2, Karen, is that right? Leslie, sending you to 1. An echo from someone. If you tell me your room numbers, everyone, or put up your fingers. Ron, where can I send you? Can I send you anywhere, Ron? So room number 1, 2, or 3. If you put up those fingers, I can't hear you, but if you put up 1, 2, or 3 fingers, I'll send you there.
I just turned you on because I got delayed. So I haven't read them, so just send me into 1, it's fine.
You read them real quick and just tell me which number you'd like.
First.
Okay.
Leaving.
And Nikki, if you tell me, and you should get an invite there. Nikki, welcome. If you can hear me, if you tell me which of these room numbers, 1, 2, or 3, you can either start your audio and tell me, or your video, or you can type it into the chat. Nancy Owitz, it's Daniel Bogard. I see that you are still in the main room and not in one of the breakout rooms. If you message me and you'd like to go somewhere, let me know. Bobby, also, if you're there now, I saw you just unmuted yourself. Let me know and I can send you to a breakout room. You should have an invite for somewhere, Bobby. But if it's not the place you want, let me know.
What the fuck is going on?
Bobby, can you
Hi,
hear
Bobby.
me? This is David Bogard.
Hold on. Okay. Yeah, what's going
Bobby,
on? Yeah.
We're in breakout rooms. So do you see the screen? You can choose between these three and I'll send you to one of them to go study.
Ah.
Let me know which one you want.
Well, not 1, 2, or 3. Mutual aid, what does that mean?
I don't know. There's only 2 people in room 2. It's Cher Berkowitz and Will Saul. So I'll send you to 3.
Let's go to 3.
You should get an invite. Do you see it? You can click accept on the bottom.
Yeah. Okay, join.
If you are watching this right now for some reason, and it tells me that there are, in fact, 4 people who are watching this right now, you're going to want to go ahead and join one of these classes. And the way that you join one of these classes is go to centralreform.org, find the event for Shavuot, and there should be a link to the Zoom there. There's some other ways to get there, obviously, because this is for many congregations, but that's the way that I know for sure it works. So again, if you're watching this on Facebook or YouTube or Twitch, we invite you to go to centralreform.org and click in the Zoom link, or you can see that there is actually the Zoom link is listed here on the screen right now. So we'd love for you to join us. Hey, Larissa, I can send you to the last 10 minutes of any of these breakout sessions if you want. Oh, no, it was the previous sessions. Hold on, I can put them up. Or you can hang out here for 10 minutes and then the next one will begin.
Great. Yeah, I'll hang out. I think since I'm doing one of the next ones, I think I'll just take it easy for a few minutes.
Hey, Danny.
Welcome back,
Danny,
Bobby.
I still can't see myself.
What do you see, Bobby?
Nothing, just my name, blank. When I hit the video, it says you can't start it because the host has stopped it.
How about now, Bobby?
Start my video. Okay. Got it. Thanks, Danny.
You want me to send you to one of those rooms or you want to hang out here? There's only 10 minutes left.
No, send me back to where I was, 2.
No, 2 doesn't exist. Number
3. Send me back to 3. Number 3.
You should still be able to join, actually, I think, Bobby. Look around. Look for an invite. There should be one you can just click accept.
I don't see anything.
Or join, or do you see something about breakout rooms on the bottom?
Oh, join breakout room. Host is inviting you. Thank you.
Hey, Larissa, it's Karen.
Hey, Karen.
I just wanted to say hi and Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm so glad that you guys are doing this. This is really exciting.
This is all Daniel. It's not
Hold
you
on.
guys.
I can put us on here. Oop, nope.
Hey, Daniel.
Have the two? Oh, I'm eating dinner. Have the two of you met?
I don't know if we have. I've seen you like all over the place, of course, but I don't know if we've actually met.
That's so funny. So Larissa works for Nishma, and so I know her because even though I'm like the worst board member ever, I still like know Larissa.
You are not the worst board member ever, Karen.
Oh, I don't know about that.
You are
But
wonderful.
anyway, I really enjoyed the middle schoolers. So if that ever comes up again.
Yeah, for sure.
You
No,
know,
yeah, that was great. Yeah, I haven't seen those guys in a while. They weren't like super into the idea of doing something on Zoom. Like I gave them some options and they just like weren't into it, which is fine. It's a lot right now.
Just as a heads up, you should know that this is going out on the live feed right now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Not that it matters and not that there's anyone watching right now on the live feed because it's just a placeholder for them to see and join the Zoom, but just as a heads up.
Thanks for telling me. That's a good reminder.
So we shouldn't talk about it.
I was about to say something really scandalous, so
yeah.
Thank you.
Totally scandalous.
Karen, I'll turn off our video.
Our videos off.
And I'll be.
We'll have to catch up. Maybe this is not the right place, but it's really good to like hear your voice.
You too. Yeah, let's definitely catch up soon.
Yeah, I would love that. Let's like in the next week or two, maybe. Things seem to be slowing down at work a little bit. So
oh, good. Good.
Like in a weird way, because we're moving into summer. Like my Hebrew school's over and like that stuff is over. So I'd love to connect.
Yeah.
Oh,
let's do it.
Hi, Lori. It's Karen Bogart.
Hi.
I'm muting myself.
Okay.
I'm Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach, everybody.
Rabbis Adam and Rabbis Lori, will you confirm that you are able, that the share screen is an option for you right now also? And Larissa, also, if you could confirm that. Adam, I see that. Thank you. Or Rabbi Adam.
Yeah, looks
Yeah,
good.
yep, I see it.
I'm reminded that this is the home and these are the businesses of so many Minnesotans. You know, this part of Minneapolis is growing, it's vibrant, it's incredibly diverse. There are hundreds of small.
Hey, Sarah.
Hello. Are we in between things?
Yeah, the other breakout rooms that everyone's in are going to end in 1 minute, and then we will send people to the next ones. Are you teaching with KB? Is that what's going on?
Yes, I am.
Cool. I just made you a co-host, by the way, as a heads up, in case you need anything.
Thank you, Daniel.
Rabbi Daniel, are we streaming live to like millions of people right now?
Millions and millions. Actually, I think right now, because the only thing that they can live stream, there are 11 people watching. There are 11 people listening to us talk. For some reason, they can't stream the breakout rooms. So I apologize to that. I think I might. Sarah, I wasn't totally clear about your email earlier. Is the hope that this would be broadcast or would not be broadcast? Or would be recorded or not?
From that person who received the email, she's just someone in our base. I don't know that I actually have a relationship with her, was saying she was hoping that it could be recorded or would be live and then be accessed after the fact because she couldn't be here at this time. So
yeah. I'm going to leave you in this main room and I'm going to stream this room.
Great.
And then I'll just do the other two as breakout rooms. Okay, I'm going to close all those rooms. Everyone should come back. Oh, no. All breakout rooms will close in 57 seconds, it says.
Oh my.
What is view from the middle community partners in discussion with what's most needed
Yeah.
supposed to be about? I don't understand the name.
Hold on one second, everyone, and there we go. Okay, all of the breakout rooms should have been closed. Okay, welcome back. I hope everyone had great first sessions.
Yeah.
Before we jump to our next breakout rooms, first of all, feel free to please go ahead and type into the chat which of these 3 breakout rooms you'd like. And actually, let's go ahead and give each of these 3 people, since we've got a couple minutes, just a little opportunity to say 30 seconds about your class. So Rabbi Bellows, I'm gonna go ahead and unmute you if you'd go for it.
Sure. Hello, everybody. Chag Sameach.
Chag
Sameach. So I'm going to be going through this evening. I'm calling it Wearing a Mask, Social Distancing in a Jewish Context. So we're going to look at some pieces of Torah and Talmud and modern halacha as well that deal with some of the issues that we're dealing with now in this pandemic, such as quarantine and such as protecting the majority in the community. And we'll even look at some modern halacha that's been decreed like within the past couple of months, as far as in the Orthodox community, what can be done and changed according to
Ruth's journey
in this time of COVID.
Thank you. And I don't see KB, Dr. Koff Broke Fraser on here.
I'm here.
KB, if you were, oh, you are. Will you?
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know why I'm
Well,
not seeing you.
somehow my name now is Shira Berkowitz. So
there are like 6 Shira Berkowitzes that are in this.
Yeah, that's because we went to a different room and then we used their link to get back. So that's so funny.
I'll share it.
We multiplied through the interwebs. So okay, I missed the prompt. We're just saying what's going to happen in our session.
Give me 20 seconds on your session, please. Yep.
Yeah, great. So we brought back the folks who came to the magical sukkah in the Trans Memorial Garden, the Close the Workhouse folks, the IFLA folks, the QT POC folks, the pot bangers, the CRC farm. We're going to talk about what's happening with all of those groups right now in St. Louis and how we can help them.
Oh. Hi, are your friends coming?
I don't know.
Oh, you live such a mysterious life.
And Larissa. And I'm going to go ahead and mute everyone and then unmute you, Larissa, so it'll take a second.
Oh, I should.
Hi. So my session is Ruth's Journey, a musical midrash, and we're going to be looking at a musical interpretation of the story of Ruth, written by a really wonderful Jewish musician and poet, Alicia Jo Rabins. She's also a Torah scholar. So we're going to be exploring her interpretation together and also thinking about the story of Ruth as one of about the benefits of risk-taking and thinking about risk-taking in our own lives.
So thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and send you to these groups. So go ahead and type into the chat which of these 3 you want. Just as a technical piece for everyone to know, that'll be just a little bit different. If you are choosing number 2, you are not going to go to a breakout room. Number 2 is going to happen right here in the main room. So if you're in the view from the middle, community partners, you're going to stay right here. And otherwise you will get an invite to those breakout rooms. So again, go ahead and please let us know in the chat, and those breakout rooms will start in about 4 minutes. So until then, hang out. Happy Shavuos.
I have no chat. Three.
Do you realize we still have like 3 or 4 Shira Berkowitzes?
Oh, there are like 17 Shira Berkowitzes, but there are worse things in the world to be than a Shira Berkowitz.
The best thing to be.
Can I jump in and tell people how to change their name real quick?
Yes, please change your name. If someone wants to explain that, I am putting everyone into breakout rooms.
Yeah.
Randy Smith, are you still here? Or anyone else who have made into
I'm
a
still
co-host?
here.
There's lots of you. Will you
Yeah,
keep
I'm
an
still
eye on
here.
the participants when people try to join, just to make sure that they are admitted, please?
I got it, Daniel. I'm watching the waiting room.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, Abby. Hi, it's Helen.
Hi, I saw you earlier.
Hairstylist.
I know. Good to see you.
You too.
I'm supposed to be in 3.
Andrew's in here too, aren't you? Okay.
I do. Andrew's here too. Where is he?
Yeah, he's somewhere in here.
I can't see him.
I'm right here. Hey, Helen.
Where are you? I'm technically challenged, so hold on, let me see.
So let's see. How do we change our names once we become Shira? Not that we mind being Shira.
If you do, you see where at the bottom of the screen it should say participants? Do you see that?
I'm on an iPad, but I could find it.
Okay, the other way to do it is if you go up to the right-hand corner of where your image
I know
is.
that. I know the 3 dots, but it's not there on an iPad.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
I'm trying to find, so it's in participants, okay.
Yeah, you
I'll
can do it
from
through
there.
participants. But you have to have your image so you know that.
Yeah, how do I know if that's me?
Does your iPad allow you to do video? Because then you can tell by your face.
I'm on video. I'm going to guess that this is me and rename. Well, it should work. It shouldn't let me rename anybody else.
Who cares?
That's correct.
You could also right click on your little square that has your video and it should give you the option.
I got it. This should work. Thanks.
Danny, are you still working through getting us into the rooms we want to be in?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. It takes a while. I'm having to go through and read the chat and manually type in everyone.
Well, now I can put in the chat.
Okay.
Who's got a teaching for us or a story for us or a Rabbi Jim and Rabbi Rosenberg did such a great job before.
So if you could put us in 3, we'd appreciate it. Now that we're Bob and Joyce again. There's another Shira Berkowitz. That must be. How did that?
All right, while we're waiting, I just want to just make sure all of our folks are here. So I see Dr. Mama Cat, I see Sarah John, I see Lady Ashley, I see Karen Flotty. Are there any other presenters that I don't yet see that are here? All right, let me just check in with our Close the Workhouse folks.
I'd like to get on 3 if I can.
Rabbi Daniel, I can give a little teaching if you'd like. Just to waste time.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Yes, please. For those who don't know him, by the way, Rabbi Adam Bellows, United Hebrew Congregation, great guy, great teacher.
And Rabbi Daniel Bogard was my teacher for a semester at Hebrew Union College, and I thank you for that. I have a little thing that I am talking about for my Shabbat message that's going out. So for UH people, a little bit of a spoiler, but we have in Parshat Naso for us this week's Torah portion that there's a commandment that says that you're not supposed to wrong or rob or cheat your fellow human financially. And it says that it's an affront to God as well. So if you cheat your fellow human financially, it's also an affront. It's not just an affront to that person, it's an affront to God as well. And the ancient rabbis asked, why would that be also an affront to God? And the accepted interpretation of it is that the victim in that scenario is somebody who chose Judaism, somebody who came to Judaism, who was not born into the people of Israel, but came to the people of Israel. And that there's a couple different reasons why they give explanations of why that is, why they come to that interpretation. One of them is that somebody who has joined the people of Israel, who has chosen Judaism, however you want to say that, who has converted to Judaism. I don't really like that, but that person would be seeing somebody, a member of the people of Israel, somebody who was born Jewish, committing that sin of robbing them financially, and it would taint their view of the entire Jewish people, of people who are born Jewish. And so not only then is it an affront to that person being robbed financially, but it's an affront to God because the Jewish people are God's people. And then another explanation is that you have to look back to ancient times and how society worked a little bit, and that somebody who joined the Jewish people may not necessarily have an heir within the people of Israel. And so because of that, somebody who joined the people of Israel, who joined the Jewish people, may actually have a tougher time than others financially, so that if you are then robbing from them financially, then that is not only an affront to them, that is further inhumane, and thus is an affront to God, because not only do they have those stumbling blocks of not having an heir, but now you have robbed them. And if you do so, you're not only supposed to repay what you cheated them out of, but you have to give an additional amount on top of that. And the lesson I take away from this is how welcomed and embraced people are among the Jewish people, how welcomed and embraced those who have chosen to join the Jewish people, how loved they are among the Jewish people, that there is this extra special commandment that, you can wrong people and that's bad, but if you wrong somebody who chose Judaism, not only do you have to give back what you've stolen, but then additional above that. And that's my little standing on 1 foot.
Thank you.
Okay, I am about to send everybody to your rooms. Sorry that took me a little longer than I had meant, but appreciate everyone's patience and appreciate your teaching, Rabbi Bellows, and here y'all go. Again, if you are staying in room 2, you will not get an invite.
Can you make me a host so I can share a screen, please?
Yep, absolutely. Hold on one moment. Let me leave this up for one more second. If you want to be sent to one of the rooms that is not number 2, if you want to be sent to room number 1 or number 3, please message me. Again, if you want to be sent to room number 1 or 3, message me, Daniel Bogard, and I will send you there. Otherwise, here we go. Okay, you should be a co-host now.
How do we message you?
Thank you, friend.
To message me, click on chat, and you should be able to just put a message there. Just type in where you want to go there. You can type it to everyone, and I'll send you there. And I am going to go ahead and end my spotlight. And Reb Fraser, Dr. Fraser, I don't know what we're calling you these days. Are you going to be presenting? Shall I leave you up?
That's cool for now.
Cool.
So just so excited to be with you all here tonight. I wanted to take a few moments to just take us back to the sukkah, whether you were with us during Sukkot or not, to just relish in the beauty and the awesomeness it was to be in the Trans Memorial Garden for the first time with a sukkah, and just exploring all the ways in which we connect to the land and to our people and to each other. So I wanted to just take a moment to breathe in the beauty, the joy, the loveliness of that moment. And then, because this container is big enough to hold it, I'm going to invite us to take a moment to think about those we have lost, those who have died from state violence, and those who have died from COVID. And so just taking a moment to, if there are names that you know that you have personally lost, if you want to put them in the chat so that we can witness their names with you. Or if there are others who we're thinking about who have died of state violence or from state violence, then you want to put their names in the chat. I want us to take a moment to do that right now. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here so I can see y'all. Floyd George, Nicholas Schneider, Bernard Flotty, all those killed by state violence, Tony McDade, Breonna Taylor, Jennifer Edwards, Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, Nina Pop, Ahmaud Arbery, all gun violence victims. So I'm gonna invite you to take a couple of deep breaths here as we're seeing these names and witnessing the worlds that they represented. Bob Minner, Nick Schneider, all the children killed in St. Louis this year, all of the climate change victims. Deborah Cantor Nagler, healthcare workers. So may all of their memories be for a blessing, and may the learning that we do tonight uplift their souls, uplift their families, and uplift us to both the knowing and the remembering, but also the figuring out how our righteous indignation and rage is going to move us to make change. I just want to mention all of our indigenous family we've lost, and the grocery workers who have died, the migrants and their children. So may all of their memories be for a blessing. So tonight we are going to revisit the folks that came to the sukkah to talk to us and tell us about what was happening in St. Louis and how we could partner with them. So we're gonna just do a round of what's happening with your organization right now, what's happening with the people you're serving, and then we'll do another round of what are actionable things that we can be doing to support the work that you are doing in this moment. And so I want to say that Dr. Mama Cat is our elder, but I'm not for sure. So if I'm wrong about that, I'm sorry. But maybe we could start with Dr. Daniels here.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kathy Daniels, Dr. Mama Cat. Some people would call me. I'm the founder and CEO of Pot Bangers Feed the Body Mission. We serve our unhoused and underserved communities in St. Louis, Missouri. As a matter of fact, I just got done with the mission for tonight, serving 150 meals. Some really good food too, so that our family on the streets is taken care of. I'm really, really honored to be here right now. We have, since we met the last time, it's been, as you can imagine, pretty rough. COVID came and, God forbid we lost some of our people, even those that we serve every day on the street. It's been somewhat of a struggle, but we're still here. We got people that's dedicated to not feeding the homeless, never that, but loving on and fellowshipping with our unhoused family. So by God's grace and mercy, we can continue. So we're grateful for that.
Thank you, Mama Cat. We're gonna switch over to Karen Flotty from the CRC Farm.
Hi, everyone. I'm Karen, and I work with the CRC Mitzvah Farm. We grow produce and donate it to Trinity Food Ministry to address food insecurity in our neighborhood. We grow the foods that the pantry clients want and ask for, as opposed to telling them what they should be eating. So we grow, and you'll see behind me that slide, a lot of collard greens, because that's what our guests want. What I'm hearing from Barbie and what I'm hearing from my husband, who's an urban planner, is that we are entering a crisis of total net of safety for many, many, many families. 1 in 4 workers have filed an unemployment claim in the United States at this point. The St. Louis region has lost over 143,000 jobs since February, and that number isn't corrected for a rise in seasonal employment. So the loss of jobs is actually greater than that. The folks that rely on a food pantry for their groceries are working generally 1 job, probably 2 or 3 jobs. So, and these jobs that pay so low that people have to get their groceries from a food pantry were among the first cut and dropped when we went into quarantine. Many food pantries also closed during our shelter in place, and Barbie over at Trinity told me that she had one young mother come into her doors saying that it was the 5th pantry that she had been to that day trying to find food, and the 4 prior had been closed. So this young woman was taking mass transit trying to find food for her family under incredible duress and stress. So that's kind of the state of what I'm hearing in our neighborhood and in the bigger numbers. So thanks, KB.
Thank you, Karen. I'm going to go to Sarah John, and then I'm sorry to give you the order. I'm going to go to Sarah John, then we're going to go to QT Pac with Lady Ashley, and then we'll go to Jay Shepherd with Close the Workhouse. So there's our order for the next round.
Hello. Thank you for the honor of letting me be a part of this panel this evening. It's so awesome to be here and to see so many people at this hour who care. I think there's a lot of things that we could talk about in big pictures, but I'd like to stay really local and really focused on two things. Our organization, so I'm the director of IFCLA, the Interfaith Committee on Latin America. We sort of lead the organizing work around Alex Garcia, who has been living in sanctuary in Christchurch UCC in Maplewood for 2.5 years, fighting for a right to stay with his 5 U.S. citizen children and U.S. citizen wife. Sanctuary, the folks living in sanctuary and Alex have been, in some ways have been helpful teachers to us who are learning how to live in isolation when they have been forced to live in isolation for so long. And so on sort of like weekly calls we have with several other sanctuary organizing groups and people living in sanctuary, it is both helpful and comforting and also equally gut-wrenching and infuriating that these are the state of things that we are in. And so I don't need to sort of reiterate what you all already know, right? That what we have seen from COVID and from our nation's response to that has highlighted what are underlying and pre-existing conditions, if you will, that will only be further exacerbated, not only during the crisis, but I would also envision in recovery and what that will look like as a community moving forward. I think one of the other pieces that we have stepped into is in our work with the ISPN, which is the Immigrant Service Providers Network. It's a coalition of roughly 40 organizations that serve the immigrant community in various ways. That coalition very, very quickly right away started serving service providers who were obviously surveying and hearing from immigrant communities directly immediately at loss of jobs. And it was stunning and has been, like others on this call have expressed, to see the instant and overwhelming need. Families that aren't like, oh, I'm having a rough time. It's like now there's zero income into the household. And what do you do in that? And what do you do in that space when you are not documented and when some of the legal tools that you might be able to lean on, albeit not very effectively and certainly less effectively for marginalized populations anyway, are even less available to you. I think the other thing that we saw within that was that as the government began to come up with stimulus options and ideas and ways to sort of support people in need, immigrants and mixed status families were intentionally excluded from those plans. And so, not to oversell how great those plans are, but just to identify that yet again, populations, not just this population, but others were intentionally excluded from that. And so part of the response of these service providers and my organization and others was, how do we leverage existing relationships to try to meet some of that need? And what that has looked like is the development of the Immigrant Family Emergency Response Fund, or the EFER Fund. And this was basically a bunch of organizations that went to our philanthropic partners and said, look, we know there is money, and we know that you have said and have shown in a lot of ways that these are your values and these are communities that you care about. And so now is the time to show up and empty those pockets where we know they are hidden. And we basically went to the funders and kind of said, make it happen, right? And much to my dare I say surprise and also excitement, has been funders saying, okay, you're right, let's do this. So in the first round of applications, we received over 300 applications in 6 hours. We have been able to fund currently 220 families at $500 a family. It's cash assistance. So you can request it in actual dollar bills. You can request it in mobile payment or in check payment. There are teams of volunteers, some of you on this call, who have been riding the wave with us, trying to figure out the easiest, safest, most efficient ways to get money into the households. We are reaching for $1 million in a fund to support these families and working as best as we can with community partners to figure out how we can coordinate and support all of these moving pieces moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm gonna move to Lady Ashley with QT POC.
Hi, everybody. How are you today? This time has just been a whirlwind of feelings. So I am lead organizer and co-facilitator for an emotional support group and meetup under the Metro Trans umbrella group called QT-POC STL. So I'm going to talk about this twofold. The history of QT-POC in short was it was formed by queer and trans folks of color after the murder of Michael Brown because they did not have a safer space as frontliners and community members to come and talk about what was going on. And that support group was created out of that movement. Some things have definitely changed. A lot of things have definitely changed since we've started sheltering in place. We have moved online. Our support groups have moved online through Zoom. It's been difficult for a lot of people who really function well with chosen family and community outside of their biological family because we can only meet online. But we are still having our monthly meetup on the third Thursday of each month to try to uplift people, to still make room for joy, but also to make space about the things that are affecting them. We have, folks who come to our group who had lost family members and friends to COVID, who have had COVID, and who work every day in close proximity to folks who are affected by it. And I can't, mention QT-POC without, giving major props to the Metro Trans umbrella group in St. Louis, who's completely had to shift all of our support groups, which are a total of 6 for the queer, predominantly trans expansive community. We're based out of our headquarters in St. Louis City, and we have had to close our doors because we realize that we are one of the most marginalized populations. So we are going to be hit by this the hardest. So we have 3 staff members now who are working, very hard to provide mutual aid, to provide essentials in the form of food through their pantry, toiletries, groceries, and just basically whatever our community and chosen family need. If there are unhoused folks, we have supplies for them, our unhoused neighbors, but it's really hard because we can't be in community and sit in community, which is what we're used to doing, like having our hands in the pot and feet on the ground, just because we want everybody to be safe. So that is basically, how we've adjusted. We've moved our support groups online. Our core team, staff of 3 people are working to put together grocery orders and delivering them. But the, I think, amazing thing is we've been able to see how community shows up to fill in the gaps in a system that was never created for us. So we actually have seen an increase of about 40 to 70% of people that we've been able to serve through delivering groceries that extends past the city into North County, into South County. We're meeting people that we didn't have a chance to meet before, which is touching, but it also shows how many of our folks are deeply, deeply impacted by this.
Thank you, Lady Ashley. Thank you for the update. QT-POC. I'm going to move to Jay. I think Jay Shepard's here for Close the Workhouse. What's going on with Close the Workhouse, Jay?
Peace, family. This is Jay. My pronouns are they, them, theirs.
I work for Action St. Louis, which is an organization that works to give power and build power for Black folks in St. Louis. One of the campaigns that we do that with is Close the Workhouse. So for folks who are familiar, or maybe not familiar with the workhouse is a medium security jail known for its hellish conditions, mold, rats, roaches, horrible medical care. Everybody's pre-trial, so not actually convicted of anything yet. And 90% Black folks. So really caging for Black folks is what the workhouse does in horrible conditions. And since we've last met, COVID happened, of course, and that means that there's more of an emergent need to get folks out of there because you can't social distance in a jail. It's a jail that already has horrible medical conditions and unclean and unfit, and they don't give folks the proper things that they need to abide by the CDC's regulations. So right now, what we've seen is the workhouse is in an all-time low. There's 102 people in there, in part due to our campaign and also Bail Project bailing folks out rapidly. We've seen a budget cut for the fiscal year 2021 budget. So instead of funding $16 million towards the jail, $8 million will be allocated towards an almost empty jail. That's still not enough. We demand that the jail be fully closed. Yeah, so we are now up in a battle with the Ways and Means Committee, trying to get more cuts to the jail. That looks like putting pressure on older people to make sure that it's fully defunded and that we're not giving money to jails or the police and actually towards public health to deal with this public health crisis.
Thank you, Jay. I want to do one more round of just like what are actionable items, like maybe between 1 to 3 things that folks can do to support you right now, what's going on. And then I'm going to invite people who are here listening to the panel, if there are questions that you have specifically for folks, to put it in the chat, and then I'll see if I can't kind of give some concise questions to folks on the next round. So again, inviting people to put questions if they have them in the chat. And I'll put the list in the chat if that's helpful, but we're gonna go the same way. So we're gonna start with Dr. Daniels and then go to Karen Plotty.
Okay, I'm back. Hello. COVID have greatly, like I said, affected how we do what we do. Where we would go out each Thursday and do what we call a caravan of love. We can no longer do that because, number one, I haven't been out since this pandemic began because I have health issues that keeps me indoors. So I do what I can, and that's cook. And the crew go out, and we can't love on the people like we used to, but we still are trying to make things happen. One project that we was working on before COVID-19 hit was a transitional house for cis, queer, and trans women. That's the growing number of people on the streets of St. Louis that's unhoused. And when this happened, we kind of got stuck, you know? So what we want to do is be able to complete our house. We did receive a grant from the County of St. Louis, which we haven't received it yet. They just made that announcement. But all of those funds is to go towards our food outreach, but not what we're doing to get people off the street. So in other words, they say we'll give you money to feed people, but we won't give you money to help people get out of their current situation. So that's what we pushing forward now to try to get this house completed, get these pipes that were stolen back in there, and get the work on the house, the drywall and tuck pointing and whatever this house needs. Is an older house, and we just ready to get people ready to go back into their life. So that's what we're doing. Pot Bangers Feed the Body mission. Banging revolutionary pots, because the revolution after all is love. You could reach us at www.potbangers.org or potbangersstl@gmail.com. Or the personal number is area code 757-897-5212. We are St. Louis-based nonprofit organization. Like I said, we work with the unhoused. We work with family that's going through a struggle, families who lose their young ones to violence. We just all around love on the village type of crew of people. So, like I said, a revolution, love wins always. Thank you guys so much.
Great, thank you. I'm not going to interrupt everybody, so I put the how we're going in order here in the chat, and then if you all could put your contact information in the chat, that'd be great, because then folks can go ahead and copy and paste or just link directly to your website.
Okay, how you do the chat? Let's see.
Karen?
Okay, here, KB. So here's a couple of really practical things that you can do. I think find the pantry closest to you in your neighborhood. Contact them, find out what practical supports they need. There's been a whole, volunteers, a lot of elders volunteer at pantries. They can't right now. So they need different kinds of supports, different kinds of resources. Making or acquiring masks for pantries so that they can be distributed to guests for their use in the world to protect them is one great strategy. And to find out what other types of resources the pantries need. Cash is needed, goods are needed, but also human power is needed. The other piece is encouraging institutions that you are affiliated with to start gardens, link up with a pantry, and provide produce. It's difficult for pantries to find or afford produce for their guests. It's critical to our health. I can train new garden efforts in about 3 sessions, about 3 hours, on how to do this work. And CRC does it on under $500 with 10 volunteers. We grow 1,500 pounds of food annually. So it's actually not difficult, and there still is time in this season. It also has tremendous benefits. So I'm going to put my contact in here. If folks want information about any of those things, they can contact me at this email address. And thank you so much.
Awesome. So I think there are three things that I would address. One, if you are not directly impacted or not as directly impacted as others in our community, then I think one of the most important things that we are wrestling with and trying to do is making a commitment to reject the idea that we want to go back to normal. We actually need to build a new future and a new world, as many of us have been trying to work for long before this and long before me, right? And so I think it is easy to feel like, oh, I wish we could do this, go back to something that we had. And this is an ugly opportunity for us to really reject that notion and get really serious and strategic within our own circles. That might mean at your dinner table, that might mean in your work circle or your friendship circle, but now is a time that we really need to shift that narrative. I think the second thing is there are so many places that you can give, right? All of the incredible people who are here tonight. I also want to shout out St. Louis Mutual Aid, who is doing crazy amounts of work. They need help. They need your direct support. You can go online and link one-to-one. Someone says, I need this, and you can find them and say, I can meet that need, right? That St. Louis Mutual Aid and if you're specifically looking at some of the immigrant service providing areas, the same people that are always doing the hard work still need your support to survive as organizations and to continue providing the services that are needed in our community. You can find the MICA Project, St. Francis Community Services, LifeWise SDL, interpreter services, all these things. You can do little things there, and I would encourage you to seek out those relationships if you don't have them. I think the third thing is here, right? In this idea of like, how do we prioritize our personal like learning and transformation in this moment, right? There's tons that has to happen in our community. And there's also space that while many of us are at home and trying to figure out what that sort of life looks like, let's take a moment to look in and figure out what it is we have to do in our own hearts so that we can stay focused or get focused on those systems that have failed us and have existed for much longer, far before this awful moment that we are in. And so I think thinking really, thank you, Neva, for putting that in there. I think thinking really, really hard about, does that mean, gosh, I don't know what sanctuary is, I need to go find that out? Then go find it out. Does that mean, man, when was the last time I tried to talk to Lacey Clay or Roy Blunt or whoever else about anything that matters to me? Maybe I should send an email. Maybe you need to read a book that's been on your shelf that you're kind of pushing away because it's probably going to agitate you and rock your mind a little bit. Have the courage to jump in and then figure out how you need to transform your own life moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for saying all of those amazing things. I'm going to start off by first just saying like what we ask that we need right now as far as QTPOC, STL, and the Metro Trans Umbrella Group. We have been getting a lot of donations of food and toiletries, but just as soon as they come in, they are gone. So we are constantly needing more supplies. If you're able, to donate food, we do have wish lists on our website. With the warmer weather coming up, we want to provide like fresh fruits and vegetables for folks, and we need an extra fridge. So we have a ask out for an extra fridge for our food pantry right now. That would be really important. Letting people know that we're here for the trans expansive community and queer communities of color that need emotional support. There aren't a lot of resources in our area at all, especially when it comes to groups. And we just want people to know that we're here to support them. So spreading the word that we do have our meetups weekly, monthly basis. We have a trans expansive town hall that is coming up on the 6th of June. So if you know any trans expansive community members that have questions or looking for answers or just looking to be in community with folks, tell them about MTUG so they can come and find out, what's going on in the city. Outside of that, on a larger level, yes, we need to be having these conscious conversations because normal for some of us, for a lot of us, was never good. We need to be leaning into our collective power. I see so many individual initiatives going on right now, which is amazing. But I think now is the time for us to come together and use our voices and push back and lean in and say, hey, we see you and we're going to hold you accountable, whether it be the city government or the federal government. We got to do it. Close the Workhouse, Action STL, so many other organizations. If you follow them on social media, and I know I am monitoring my social media intake right now, but if you choose to follow organizations that are doing the footwork in St. Louis, they will have opportunities for you to sign on to letters, tell you who to write to, tell you who to call. They will give you the blueprint to take the action that you need to take to start to see the change that we need in our future. Outside of that, take care of yourself. Now is an important time for self-care. We cannot do this work half empty and just keep pushing. It's just not possible. Check in on your friends, your chosen family. If your biological family is close with you, check in on them. Check in on the people you think are the strongest. Even if they're saying that nothing's wrong, just do those check-ins just to see how folks are doing, and continue to talk and push and just be in community. And if you don't know what someone needs before assuming as like an ally or accomplice or even a co-conspirator, it never hurts to ask before doing something. So just ask if you are unsure, and people will let you know if they have the capacity or what they need. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those words, Ashley. We always need those reminders. For our campaign, right now we need folks to testify. We need folks to testify specifically Saturday, and we have a form to sign up. I'm gonna put that in the chat. Testify Saturday to the Ways and Means Committee. They're coming out with the final budget for St. Louis for the fiscal year 2021, and we need them to know they can't keep putting money into this jail and keep putting money into the police state that kills Black people. We need them to defund the police state. We need them to defund police in jails and abolish police in jails. So testify, please sign up to testify. This is our last chance trying to get funding from the workhouse. Please testify Saturday at 10 a.m. Again, that's the link to sign up in the chat. You can testify as an organization, as IFCLA, as QTPOC, as individuals, as organization. Either way, we need folks to really make their voices heard to these elected officials.
Thank you. Thank you all for all of the ways that we can both take care of ourselves and each other. And so I want to invite everyone in the spirit of what we have just heard to write one thing that you plan on doing, either to support yourself in this moment or to support some of these organizations that you've just heard from. So in the chat, kind of what one thing that you plan to do. Let's say in the next 2 weeks, we'll make it a broad time frame. So the next 2 weeks, what are you going to do to support the folks who are most impacted by both structural racism and oppression and white supremacy, but also those who are at the kind of center of what's happening with COVID-19? While you do that, I'm gonna play you some music. Hopefully you can hear this. Oh, I turn off the Bluetooth. Okay.
I know your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, then you softly leave. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn. 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. You know the door to my very So you're the light in my deepest, darkest hour. You're my savior when I fall. May not think that I care for you, but you know down inside that I really do. And it's you need to show. How deep is your love? It's your love. How deep is your love? I really need your love. 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. La, 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 la.
In case you want to know, that's Infinity Song. The group, they are doing a cover of the Bee Gees, How Deep Is Your Love? And it's fantastic. You can find them online. I appreciate all the ways in which we are going to be there for each other that was listed in the chat. And if you haven't had a chance to go through and see how folks are going to be supporting our community, please go through and do that. I want to also, as we are, declaring what we're going to do, to maybe think about who in this space, maybe, or somebody else that can check in with you in the next 2 weeks to make sure you did this thing that you declared that you were going to do, whether it was taking care of yourself or someone else. So maybe take a moment to think about who you can check in with to say, hey, you know what, I made a declaration that I was going to support IFCLA or Pot Bangers, or I was going to testify with Close the Workhouse, or I was going to, help QT Pot get this refrigerator. I was going to figure out how to do my own farm with Karen's help. Like, what are the ways in which we are going to help each other? And then we're going to check in with that person to see whether or not they can help us keep our word. And it looks like Inez just joined us, and I know that we're almost done, but if you want to say a few words, Inez, about Close the Workhouse, Jay represented y'all fantastically well, but I see that you've joined us, and I don't want to miss out on hearing your voice if you want to speak.
Hi, I'm sorry I'm so late. Work got the best of me tonight.
It's good to hear your voice.
It's good to be here. It's good to hear your voice too.
Well, we heard a lot about what we need to do. We need to testify on Saturday to help get this workhouse closed. Is anything you want to leave with the people about what the work that you're doing with Close the Workhouse?
I'm sure that Jay covered it all. I just think the main thing that we all need to remember, like, we are in the home stretch. It is now or never for this budget cycle. If we don't get it done now, we're not going to be able to get it done until next year. So we need to fight for the people in the workhouse like we're fighting for ourselves. And just remember that, like, yeah, we're fighting for everyone. We're fighting for the least among us, the most marginalized among us. And I think if we just keep that in the front of our minds while we are having to get up ridiculously early on Saturday to harass our elected officials who have been charged with caring for not just their constituents, but for the entirety of the city, for every single person in the city. Including the unhoused, the poor, Black people, the incarcerated, like, they have an obligation to those people, not just the people that live in their wards. And so I encourage people to let that drive them, over this next month that we're trying to get this jail closed.
Thank you so much.
Does that mean you need to sign up to show up?
Well, what the city is requiring.
And you need to live in the city?
I mean, you don't have to live in the city, but they also don't care what you have to say if you don't live in the city. So, what if you don't live in the city, what you can do is call and harass your elected officials. When what happens when we call Lisa Clancy and other people that are on the county city council, like they know that there is nothing specific that they can do to close the workhouse, but they do call the mayor. They do call, you know, the people that they know in the city, the elected officials that they have relationships with, and say, hey, I got 12 calls about close the workhouse today. Like, what is going on? And so while it's not the direct pressure we need, it's still pressure. So feel free to do it.
Thanks.
We've got 9 minutes, they say. So are there any other questions folks have while we still have these gracious folks here who are working so hard for our community? If so, you can unmute yourself and talk, or you can put it in the chat. I saw that there was a question about, is there a time, or is that part of the sign up? Is the time frame? How do folks figure out how to testify on Saturday?
So I dropped the link to sign up on the Google form. We have to get folks in by Friday at 5, submit the submissions for who's going to testify. So sign up before Friday at 5 for that. And the Ways and Means meeting is at 10 a.m. on Saturday.
Thank you. Any other questions for our panelists?
It's a virtual meeting. I saw Mama Cat said it's at City Hall. It's a virtual Zoom meeting. I dropped the Facebook link, which also, I believe, has the Zoom information.
Yeah, I want to just give some deep gratitude to Mama Cat and to Karen and to Sarah and to Jay and Inez and to Lady Ashley, and I hope I didn't miss anybody. Just tremendous gratitude both for all of the work that you all are doing to sustain our communities, and also for coming on here tonight to be with us as we receive Torah from Hashem. This is supposed to be our mountaintop holiday, and we renamed this, or renamed this session the look from the middle, or the view from the middle, because we really wanted to focus on the people who typically are on the outskirts. And we're trying to center those who are most impacted and put them in the middle of our work. And so thank you so much for what you did, what you're doing, and what you continue to do for our community. Thank you all for coming to this session. And thank you for dropping all of your information in the chat. So everyone, please reach out to these organizations so that they can hear from you and you can help support them. All right, we got 3 minutes, and I feel like we can probably just do whatever we want here. Maybe we'll just chill. And it actually would be nice to hear everyone's voices. So if you want to just shout out thank you, or hello, or Chag Sameach, unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Chag Sameach!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Stay well.
Do not feel defeated. We are still here, and we are here for a reason, y'all.
We aren't going anywhere.
Amen and amen, amen. You know, we ain't going nowhere. So y'all, shout out to all y'all that's out there doing all this amazing work. You know, we gonna make it through together. We got this.
Thank you for your inspiration.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for leading this. It was great to see you again.
Good to see y'all.
See
Thank
everyone. Such a nice group of people doing amazing things.
KB, you ain't got your drums?
Of course they do.
Yes. Where your drums, fam? I miss that. It just makes me get up and feel some stuff, especially
All right.
times like
Solid as a rock.
solid as a rock.
Rooted like a tree. Rooted like a tree. We are here. We are strong in our rightful place.
Rightful place.
Our rightful place.
Our rightful place.
Solid as a rock.
Solid as a rock.
Rooted like a tree.
Rooted like a
We are here. We are strong in our rightful place. In our rightful place. Solid as a rock.
Solid
Rock. Rooted like a tree. We are strong in our rightful place. In our rightful place. In our rightful place.
Yeah.
In our rightful place.
Yes. Thank you, KB.
Thank you, KB. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
I love all y'all to life. And don't ever
Love you to
forget
life
it.
too, bro.
And I miss you so much. And I can't wait till I can come back to St. Louis and hug on y'all and love on y'all. Y'all keep doing amazing work. And just know that I'm beaming from South Philly, Southwest Philly, just like all the time, every time I see what y'all are doing. So thank you so much and keep in touch. Y'all know how to get me. So y'all keep in touch and I love you.
Virtual hugs.
Hugs, hugs, hugs.
Yes, to everybody. Virtual hugs.
Rabbi Daniel, you tell us what we got to do next.
KB, are
The
you?
breakout rooms are going to end in about 2 seconds. Here they all go. So welcome back, everyone. Yep, I'm seeing the numbers tick up. Welcome back, everyone. I hope your breakout sessions were wonderful. It was great here. I was in the main session or in the main room or whatever, not main session. And anyways, go ahead and pick your next class right here. And if the 3 folks who are here who are teaching this could give a little plug or explanation, that would be great.
All right, I can go first. Brigitte Rosenberg, mine is on why are we up so late studying? A conversation and discussion actually about what is Tikkun, Leil, Shavuot, what is its history, and why is this part of our practice?
Hi, everybody. Lori Levine. We're gonna be looking at the Book of Ruth, which is one of the traditional texts associated with Shavuot, through the lens of gender and sexuality, with feminist commentary and some queer commentary, and looking to create some of our own Torah around that tonight.
Hi, and I'm Will Saul. And I'm going to look at a little book by Martin Buber called The 10 Rungs. It's his collection of Hasidic sayings. At our congregation, we used this during the Omer. We had meditated on one saying a week, and it was a remarkably rich thing. And I'm glad I'm going to be able to share that and process that with some of you.
Okay, and please, as you are typing in here, please type in the number that's on the screen, not the order that the teachers just went in. I am adding you here. Hey, Will, any chance you've got an instrument near you and could play some music while I put people in?
Okay, I was going to start my session with this, but I think this is a good time to do it. This is a poem by Abraham Heschel that is very much in the Hasidic spirit.
Andy, will you spotlight him?
Ich bin in Welt a Spur von dir und jede Sache ist wie ein Tier. Lo mich alle Spuren spielen, durch alle Sachen gehen zu dir. I am in this world a trace of you. All other things were traces too. Let me follow every trace, each one a doorway to the place. I am in this world a trace of you. All other things are traces too. Let me follow every trace, each one a doorway to the place. Ich bin in Welt a Spur von dir. Jede Sache ist wie ein Tier. Lo mich alle Spuren spinn, durch alle Sachen gehen zu dir.
One more, please, Will, if you got it. I'm almost there.
Let's see. Have compassion for everyone you meet, even if they don't want it. What seems like conceit is always a sign, always a sign, always a sign. For those who you encounter, have compassion, even if they don't want it. What seems like bad manners is always a sign, always a sign, always a sign. Always a sign of things no ears have heard. Always a sign of things no eyes have seen. You do not know what wars are going on down there, where the spirit meets the bone. Down there, where the spirit meets the bone. Down where the spirit meets the bone. Those whom you listen to, have compassion even if they don't want it. What seems like cynicism is always a sign, always a sign, always a sign. Always a sign of things no ears have heard. always a sign of things no eyes have seen. You do not know what wars are going on down there where the spirit meets the bone. Down there where the spirit meets the bone. Down where the spirit meets the bone. Down there where the spirit meets the bone. Down there where the spirit meets the bone. Down where the spirit meets the bone.
Thank you, Will. Okay, I think I have everyone going, so I'm going to send you now. There's still some people who won't get an invite, but I will take care of you at that point. In particular, Rabbi Rosenberg, probably best that I send you to your breakout room, for instance. Okay, and Dr. Will Saul, best if I send you to yours. Thank you, Will, for that song too. That was awesome. Okay, I'm gonna start calling out some names and tell me where you'd like to be sent. Dawn Jones Goldstein, where do you want to go?
2 is fine for me.
What'd you say?
2, please.
Okay, Marcy Kornfeld. Marcy, I can see you if you'll put up the number of fingers, 1, 2, or 3. 2. Fantastic. Margie Lewitt. I don't actually see you, Margie, so if you can unmute yourself and tell me. Or Marion Rosen.
3. Margie's for 3.
Margie for 3, great.
Marion is for 3.
Philip Deitch. Oop, Philip. Hello. Do you hear me? Rhodey. Or Sharon Silvers. Oh.
Rabbi,
Yep, who is that?
this is Lisa. This is Lisa, and it says I'm supposed to go to breakout room 1, but I wanted to go to 3. I wrote 3. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Lisa. Hold on. I will switch your right now. Lisa, why do I not see you on breakout room?
You didn't see me? I wrote it in chat.
Yep. No, Lisa, what name is listed for you right now?
I think it's Lisa.
You sure you're not listed as Shira Berkowitz? I have 4 Shira Berkowitzes.
Maybe I am. Wait, you know what? Maybe I am listed as Shira Berkowitz because.
See if you can change your name.
How
Anyone
do I
else?
Rabbi, this is Rhodey. I'm in 3.
Rhodey, I will send you to 3. Anyone else who's hearing this, feel free to unmute yourself and just tell me where you want me to send you or if you've got a problem.
Yes. What was this? I'm having trouble. What was number 2 again? Can you repeat that? Number 2?
Number 2 is all about Shavuos. Why am I up studying Torah?
Yes.
Exploring
Yes.
Shavuos?
2. Yes. 2.
And who is this right now speaking? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. This is Sharon Silverstein, number 2.
Sharon Silverstein. There you go. Okay, you should have an invite, Sharon.
Thank you.
Rabbi Daniel. Yep. Okay, so it wouldn't let me chat, and it now I've just got a screen that says Zoom. So I'm gonna go out and go to my email and join in again.
No, you should. Are you on a phone or what are you on right now?
I'm on the Rabbi Daniel, I am on the life-saving Lifeline Chromebook that I received.
Oh, good. So great. Glad to hear that. Yes.
But I'm still learning. I'm old.
Nope. Hold on. Randy Smith has come to your aid and changed your name. Lisa, I see you here. Where do you want to go, Lisa? You want to go to number 3?
Yes, please.
Okay. You should have an invite.
All right. Thank you so much. I've got
good
it.
Lisa.
I've got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Thanks, Randy.
And I meant to have one of these not be a breakout room, Randy, so that it wasn't just broadcasting nothingness, but broadcasting nothingness. Philip, you should have had an invite. Look around, and I'm not exactly sure where, but you should see an invite. Oh, number 1. Yep, I'll switch you. Hold on. Philip, it should be updated. You should be able to click on it now. For anyone who is watching this on Facebook, and you'll know you're watching this on Facebook if you're hearing this, or on YouTube or on some other channel. And I'm seeing that there are actually 4, 5, 6 people who are watching it this way. If you would like to join in the conversation, actually, the way that you can do that, let me get you a link. You can head to centralreform.org is one way to do it. That's probably the easiest way. If you go to centralreform.org and you'll see the event Shavuot, click on that, and then you will be able to go to it. But I will get you a different way too. If you hold on, I will put it up on the screen. There we go. Okay. There you go. There's the Zoom link up on the screen.
Hi, Patty. Do you want to go into one of the breakout sessions?
Yes, that would be great.
Which one would you like to go to?
Um, uh, um, how about why am I studying Torah?
Okay, I will have Rabbi Daniel send you there, okay? It's going to take just a second and then you'll get an invite at the bottom of your screen. You just click accept, okay? Hi, Allison. Do you want to go to one of the breakout sessions? Can you hear me, Allison? I can't hear you if you're talking, but if you hold up a number of fingers for which breakout session you want to go to, we'll get you sent over there.
Hi, Katie. Do you want to go to one of the breakout sessions?
Hello. Yeah, can I do the one with Rabbi Lori Levine?
Gender and sexuality?
Yep.
Absolutely. We'll get you sent over there.
Thanks so much. This was so easy. I appreciate you. Bye.
Hi, Tony. Do you want to go to one of the breakout sessions? That's number 2. Why am I studying Torah? Okay, Rabbi Daniel will get you there. It's going to be right in the bottom of the screen. You'll see an invite, okay? Hi, Andy. Do you want to go to one of the breakout sessions?
I do, yes. The gender and sexuality looks good in the Book of Ruth.
Okay, that's breakout session 1. Rabbi Daniel will send you an invite. It's going to pop up right at the bottom of your screen there. You just have to accept it, okay? Now, Chad. Hi, Chad. Do you want to go to one of the breakout sessions? Hang on a second. I can't hear you. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
I can. Which session do you want to go to?
I'm trying to see what we have left. So what time is all of this wrapped up?
It's actually ending at about 11:20, and then we're going to start Talmud study.
Okay.
No, Randy, I changed my topic. It's not Talmud, but yeah, we'll switch to the next one at 11:30, Chad.
So maybe I'll just wait for that then.
Okay.
Yeah. So should I just stay on here or should I come back in later?
No, you can sit tight. Just hang out.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
You're also welcome. We're happy to send you to one of these 3 if you want to listen in for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, why not? How about the number 3, the 10 rungs?
That's Will Saul. You might get some music out of him.
Thank you.
Hi, Rabbi Jim. The breakout rooms are going to end in about 5 minutes.
Jim, they thought originally that we were only going to go to 11:30, or that I would just do 11:30 with the few scragglers who were left, but there's like 80 people still learning. You have any interest in teaching another something? You can totally say no. welcome back, everyone.
Hi.
So this is kind of amazing that there are all these people still learning tonight. We originally were sort of imagining that there were going to be 4 people left with me at 11:30, and we were going to study Talmud for a few minutes. So this is amazing. So first of all, we're going to call some audibles here. Rabbi Jim is offered to teach a class. So we'll have a description in the bar down below. And I'm not teaching what I said I was going to teach anyway, so this will work. Is there anyone else who's interested in teaching a class starting at 11:30?
No.
Okay. If anyone changes their mind and wants to teach in the like very hard to get 1:30 a.m. hour, just be back in touch and let us know. Okay, so I'll give you a pitch for what I'm going to teach, and then Jim, if you want to tell us a little bit about what you're going to teach, and then I will create a breakout room. I'm planning to teach. I think this is the most original thing that I teach generally. I spent 5 years as a Randy Smith. Are you seeing the people waiting to come in? Will you let them in? We keep an eye on that.
You need to make me co-host.
Oh yeah, I do need to make you co-host. Sorry. And you are co-host. So I spent 5 years teaching basically who wrote the Bible at Bradley University, and the same time working as a rabbi in Peoria, and really feeling the sort of disconnect between the two pieces. And so what I have done to sort of try to bridge this divide is I call the story of us. It looks at the very first people to think of themselves as Jews, right? Not the first people in sort of the JEPD who wrote the Bible kind of approach, and not the first people in the Abraham was the first Jew approach, but instead, who were really the first people that we know about who thought of themselves as Jews? And what were the sacred stories they told about themselves? What did they understand about the world? And then we're going to trace those questions through time, and we'll go as late as we go. So Rabbi Jim, will you give a pitch? Will you unmute yourself and tell us a little bit about what you're going to teach?
I'm going to pull up 4 original texts. That is 4 pieces that I wrote based on sources that will all talk about how abnormal what we are living through, how normal it is.
Okay, so we are going to go ahead and send people. We're going to do this right now. Randy, do you see the message I just sent you? We still have 66 people studying with us, studying all together at 11:30. This is amazing. Okay, if you would like to go to Rabbi Jim, please go ahead and type in number 1 in the breakout room or in the chat. And if you would like to study with me, please type in number 2. And we'll just take a minute to do this, sorry. So everyone, just another couple minutes. Oh yeah, whoever's playing music, play music. If you would like to go to Rabbi Jim's breakout room and you are not there right now, please go ahead and message again into the chat. If you want to go to Rabbi Jim's and you're not there, please message again into the chat and I'll send you right now.
Will, do the cheesecake song.
I already forgot the cheesecake song. I have to write an entirely new cheesecake song. I barely had one cheesecake song in me, Bobby. You think I got two cheesecake songs?
Lama Lo.
Okay, welcome together, everyone. It's nice to study for a minute and take off the sending people to Zoom rooms hats. Before we jump in, how has it been tonight? Has it gone well? Has everything been smooth? Has it been a nice?
The last guy was fantastic.
I don't know. Hey, that what's her name? Larissa, is that her name? Cleep.
Yeah.
She was really nice. Very good.
Good.
Yeah. That last guy, that Will guy, he was okay.
You gotta watch out for him. Watch out for him. Okay, so first I want to acknowledge just lots of friends from near and far who are on here. Lots of rabbi friends, lots of rabbis of mine. So hi to everyone. Always good to be together. Also, will someone just kind of keep an eye on the chat, because that has been my job up to this point. That way, if there's an issue, will you wave at me or yell at me or unmute yourself or something, so I can fix whatever problems are happening. Okay, so nothing I need, Randy. Go to sleep. Randy Smith has been in the background helping with all the Zoom stuff too. She just sent me a message, but yeah, good night. Okay. So I'm really hoping this will be a conversation, and actually just looking around at the faces here, there are a lot of people who I know are going to know a lot more than me, or additional pieces or whatever it is about some of the times in history we're looking at. And I'm really hoping that we will jump in. So I personally I'm going to spend some time on background because, there's no time limit to the end of our study today. I personally have been really unsatisfied, pretty deeply dissatisfied with the approaches that I was presented with when it came to understanding this question of what is Torah and where does Torah come from. I feel like there was, on the one hand, there was the very dry J, E, and P and D explanation. Just show of hands, who's familiar with something like that when I say that, what that means, right? And we're actually going to, over the course of tonight, we're going to cover all of the content that you would normally mean by the J, E, P, and D approach. But it was dry. And to me, actually, that was the approach we got in rabbinical school as much as anything else. And the part that never spoke to me is it never was an internal story. It was always so academic, and it was studying about something. And so it could be interesting, but it never was meaningful. Right? And does that distinction make sense that I say there? Right? Like studying about something rather than being a part of the story. The flip side is the traditional narrative, right? And the traditional narrative of Judaism begins with Abraham and this family, and it builds on from there. But if we want to accept the traditional narrative, we're having to ignore so much of what we understand of sort of the broad sciences of understanding the Bible, from archaeology to all of the other tools that we have that help us understand the past. So both of these felt very dissatisfying to me. Any thoughts or questions on that, first of all, as a setup?
I agree that the way it's presented is often dry. I'm glad that you're going to be trying to present it in what I hope is a more dynamic light. I think this documentary theory makes the Torah more like Talmud. it's a discussion now. It's not just and so I think that it's possible to take this view of the composite authorship of the Torah and really run with it in a very strong Jewish way. But I agree, that's not the way it's presented.
So yeah, and actually, Will, what I think this is going to be as a whole is, in some senses, a theology, or to say it differently, it's a internalized approach to using all of these stories.
Danny?
Yeah, Bobby.
There's a good question on chat. Becky Nelson Zoe was asking, is this session being recorded?
Yeah, this is being recorded, and this is a part of the big broadcast that's live, and only this part is being recorded on my Facebook if you want to watch it.
And can you watch it later, she asked.
Yep, no problem. No
Okay.
problem. So if you fall asleep, enjoy your sleep.
Yeah, I gotta cut out. It's on Facebook.
It'll be on Facebook. Go to sleep.
Right.
Good night.
Hugs the man.
Okay. So what I'm hoping to do with this, and what this has been to me, this sort of piece that I call the story of us, and I've been working on for years and teaching in different forms for years now, is really to treat Jewish history as sacred because it is our history, and to tell our story from the very earliest people through today in a way that is accurate and true to what we know of history, but is very much about it being ours. So the way that I framed this is that I'm going to start with the very first people who thought of themselves as being Jews. For those scholars amongst us, you will rightfully object to the way that I'm going to use the word Jews here, because technically the word Jew doesn't come into use until much later. What I really mean here are the first people who identifiably would think of themselves as being us. The first people who told a story about themselves and where they came from that recognizably has led to us into the version of the story that we tell. Does that make sense? Any comments or questions? I'm counting on people to jump in and unmute yourself when you do. Okay.
Well, yeah, Dan, Rabbi.
Yeah, please.
What I'm taking is that when you say that, you wouldn't include Avram and Yitzhak and Yaakov in that category because we don't really have a history or a evidence of their being or other than the stories that we read in Genesis. So
yes.
So I'm really, I mean, this is really a topic that goes through my head quite a bit too. I mean, we were studying the laws of Shemitah with Rabbi Arno a couple of weeks ago, and he points out that these commentaries we're reading about are written in the 11th, 12th century, far beyond the time that this was ever an issue, and now it is an issue because we're writing it down and we're going to enforce it. And so and so was it a matter of faith that you'd get those 3 years of crops or those 2 years of crops? And I'm thinking, well, if you had 1,000 years, 2,000 years of history that this was all happening, why would you be having this conversation today? And I'd never really thought about it that way, and he brought that forward. And so you kind of have to think about what really was going on between the time of Genesis and the time that the Pharisees wrote it down and in the oral tradition and created the Mishnah and the Gemara around it. So yeah, I'm really fascinated. I'm waiting to hear what you have to say.
Okay, is everyone seeing these maps that I just put up? Is this showing up for you? Yep. Okay, so I want to go back in time. I want to go back in time, and we are going to start our story today. We are going to start our story somewhere around 1250 BCE, right? That's the other side of zero, just as a reminder for all of us. You'd be amazed how many times I got papers when I was teaching at Bradley where just someone did not get the whole other side of zero concept, and they came up with very creative ideas after that. So somewhere around the time 1250 BCE, we don't know why, we don't really know much about it, but the people living, or a group of people, or a few people living in some of the mountainous regions of the north, the area that we would now actually probably call the West Bank, mostly areas where Palestinians live today, that sometime around 1250, there's a group of people who start telling a story about themselves that is different than their neighbors. Now, in some profound ways, they are the same as their neighbors. The ways that they are offering sacrifices, right? The ways that they're killing animals at their local sites is basically the same as their neighbors. Their language is the same as their neighbors. The way that they're eating is the same, right? Like all of the big things that we would imagine and look at is the same, and yet they start telling a story that's a little different, these people in the north. They start telling a story about themselves around 1250 that says that they are the descendants of a slave rebellion from the Great Southern Kingdom, right? And what is the Great Southern Kingdom? Anyone have a thought there?
Egypt. Judea.
Yeah, Egypt.
Egypt, exactly. So let's see, I think I have a map of, yeah, there we go. Nope, that's not the one I wanted to show you. How about that one? Okay, this is actually meant to show the Hellenistic world, but don't worry about that for now. So don't worry about the timeline here. Just to give you a sense of Israel, right? Israel is between this great northern power and this great southern power. The southern power is Egypt. The northern power is over a successive group of people. First the Assyrians, and then the Babylonians, and then eventually the Persians. But we'll tell their stories later. So Israel's right in the middle between them, and so these people around 1250 start thinking of themselves as being the descendants of a slave rebellion from Egypt. Now, the other kind of interesting thing about this community, really the first people we might think of as those who thought of themselves as Jews, is we haven't found pig bones scattered around these particular hills. You find pig bones scattered around lots of the other hills that, like in every other way, are the same. We haven't found pig bones here. Now, flip side is, right, like evidence based on a lack of something is always only as good as tomorrow's discovery, right? Tomorrow someone will dig up the pig bone trench next to it, and there it goes, this theory. But what is interesting is this idea that going as far back as 1250 BCE, there's a group of people who think of themselves as the descendants of slave rebellion, who keep themselves separate from their neighbors in what they eat, right? And what we eat and how we describe our food, and in some ways actually what we don't eat, is an incredibly powerful marker of cultural boundary, right? Just think about the difference between bread and naan, or bread and tortilla, or, right, like these things mark really important boundaries of where us ends and they begin, if that makes sense. So even at these earliest moments, 1250 BCE, these very first Jews, we think maybe we have a piece of that with them. Okay, any thoughts on that? Any questions? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, basically the exact same time in the south of Israel. Now, the thing to understand about Israel is that north-south, and I can probably, let's see, I bet I can pull up a map, can't I? I'm going to pull this up for us, Google Maps, and I'll just share my screen. Where are you? Zoom, share screen. Okay, everyone sees the map, yeah?
Yep.
Yep.
And I think we can just change it to satellite, which will even show it perfectly. All we need is the satellite, right? Like immediately, you don't need to know anything about the political boundaries of Israel. And what you can see is the very, very clear geographic boundary of where it is green and where it is desert. Does everyone see that?
Right.
Yeah.
So I want you to imagine yourself 1250 BCE. And the reality is the people who live down here in the desert are Bedouins. They live nomadic lifestyles, and they're traveling from place to place with their, I guess not cattle, but what do you call flocks of, I don't know, my wildlife.
Sheep and goats.
Goats,
Sheep and
thank
goats.
you.
And sheep.
Your goat groups, yeah.
Herds.
For being my ancestors. I'm a little out of touch with their reality, maybe. So that's the life they live in the South. The North, though, is settled. And the North is an agricultural society, right? Like it's just as true today as it was then. All you have to do is look at this. So if you've ever spent any time in Israel, you know that from Jerusalem, it's like a 20-minute straight down drive to the Dead Sea, right?
Right.
Right through the West Bank, actually. So what that really means is that Jerusalem is a city that marks the boundary between North and South in Israel. And this has always been the case. And in fact, we think that probably the earliest origins of Jerusalem are that Jerusalem was a fortress city for the Northerners to protect them from the Southerners. Because what happens is if you've got flocks of goats, and it doesn't rain enough in the South and you don't get the grasses that you need that grow, you take your flocks north and they graze on the farmlands of the Northerners. And so the Northerners don't like this, right? And so Jerusalem is a fortress city. And so the key piece I want us to take away from this is that these are really different people who live really different ways of life, and they don't like each other or think of each other as being a part of one unit. So when we talk about those Northerners who maybe are the first Jews, right, or the first people to think of themselves as us, these are people who say they're the descendants of slaves and maybe don't eat pigs, right? They're people also, by the way, who worship all sorts of different local deities, and they probably have household deities, and there's a community deity.
Yeah, I think so.
I heard somebody meowing.
Someone's talking.
Really loud outside.
Mute.
Yep. But they don't think of themselves at all as being connected to the people of the South, and in fact, they would think of them as being as different as, like, I don't know, Canadians might think of Mexicans or Mexicans might think of Canadians. I mean, maybe not that drastic, because it's not that drastic of a geographic difference, but they're living hugely different lives, the nomadic life versus the settled life, and they don't get along. The people in the South, we think, this is a little more speculative, the people of the South, we think, have stories that say that they are the descendants of people who came from the great northern kingdom, right up by the sort of Assyrians is what we've been talking about. Or to say it differently, if you look at the Abraham and Sarah, the Isaac and Rebecca, and Rachel, Leah, and Jacob stories, right? One of the interesting ways of thinking of it is that the three families there really revolve around three different cities, and they may in fact be sort of the local origin stories of three different cities that eventually come together and are brought together. This is much more speculative here on that. But regardless, what we find in the South are these stories that are something like the patriarch and the matriarch stories. And you can even see this when you look at the stories of Genesis, right? Because these stories of the matriarchs and the patriarchs all take place amongst wandering nomadic folk going between these wandering nomadic areas. It also seems pretty clear as a difference between these northerners and these southerners that the main god that they seem to worship as a community, again, lots and lots of deities, lots and lots. But the main god that they seem to be worshiping as a deity in the north goes by the name El. And in fact, one of the more proper names of it is El Elyon, which is actually a phrase that you still find in Jewish liturgy today, right? El Elyon. El meaning God, but Elyon, the second word, meaning of the high places, right? And so where do you go to commune with a god of the high places?
Mountain.
The top of a mountain, right? And again, return back to our Moses stories here for a moment. First, remember that these are mountainous people, but return back to the core stories involved in the sort of broad exile, Exodus, Moses story. And I don't even want to necessarily say Moses yet, but when you return back to that, right, it's also stories of mountains and meeting with God on a mountain. At the same time, in the South, they have a very different God. They have this Yud-Hey, Vav-Hey God that is their main squeeze. Again, lots and lots of gods. But even there, my point is, you have two different communities. Okay, this is 1250 BCE. Thoughts so far before we jump to the next piece on our timeline?
So, Rabbi Dan, 1250, does this relate at all to kings? Because 1250 BCE, we're into the kings of the
So
next book.
We'll get there in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be there. And by a couple minutes, I have no idea, maybe an hour from now. But
Great.
We go as late
going.
as we want.
Fascinating already.
And obviously, anyone leave whenever and go to sleep whenever you need to go to sleep. And that way we can say bad things about you once you're gone. Okay, any other questions about 1250 before we go to the next time period? Does that make sense?
How did they decide it was around 1250? Was this from archaeological stuff, or how did they find this out?
Mostly archaeological stuff is, and again, 1250, the 50 there should be read as like 13th century, if that makes sense. When we start moving forward in time, the dates and the evidence gets thicker and thicker, right? So the other thing that you're bringing up, though, that I think is really important to mention is that this is an intentional effort to use what we know of the history, but to tell a story, right? And to keep it as a story. So there is a diversity of thought on some of the things that I am saying that I am just not representing for sake of time, but also because this is my best attempt at telling the sacred story of the Jews as I know it.
Is that the date of the Merneptah seal?
I'm sorry, Judith, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, is 1250 the date of the Merneptah seal?
You know, I don't know. It's been so long since I looked at this original source material for this 1250 period that I just don't remember.
I think Merneptah Stele is 1210.
Yeah, there you go. Will is a much better answer on this. Thank you. And Will and others, as you have thoughts or diversities of opinion or whatever, please jump in. Lots and lots of great faces and voices here.
If I can chime in quick, Danny. First of all, hi, Chag Sameach.
I see no one talking. I hear a voice.
Oh, hi, it's Daniel.
There you go. Hey, Rabbi Daniel Weisrub, dear friend.
So are you making much ado about the name El, which is the common Proto-Semitic word for the generic name God? I mean, in Aramaic, it's Elah. In Arabic, it's Allah. It's the same thing. It's, so how much of that is looking backwards and saying, oh, there's a distinction between this name and that name without much of a difference?
So we think that El in an ancient time period refers to a very specific deity and later becomes a generic term regionally, is the general understanding. But again, this is getting into areas where maybe Will has a better understanding or better depth of knowledge than I do. Do you have
No,
more
there
on
are
that?
many
Will?
texts where El is a specific named god. I think you can go with that for a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So, and Samantha Thal's putting some interesting notes here too. Make sure to check those notes. Okay, so we're going to jump ahead to the year 1000 or so. Or Renee, were you going to say something? I'm sorry.
I actually think that you can see, that in the use of the term Elohim, which is admittedly plural, that, El is sort of a generic term for all the gods that becomes later.
We get that later. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so some big takeaways I want to make sure we're carrying with us. The people in the North and the people of the South do not think of themselves as the same group at all in any way. That's one of our big takeaways. Second big takeaway is these folks are like super polytheists, like just as polytheistic as you can be polytheistic. The third takeaway that I want you to sort of keep in mind is Exodus story Northerners, Abraham, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, Leah, Jacob, Isaac. I just did that like totally out of order and weird. I'm sorry. Matriarchs, patriarchs in the South. Those are the three takeaways to hold on to from our first period. So we can roughly think of some of these characters as being
Danny.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Leslie.
What did you say? Who's in the South?
South is the matriarch, patriarch stories.
Okay. Thank you.
Just remember that all those matriarchs and patriarchs are constantly like nomadically going from place to place. And you can remember that it's the South.
I never thought of this before, but it's kind of weird that the Southerners think they come from the North,
and the Northerners from the
think
South.
they come from the South.
Yes,
that's very Jewish.
It's very Jewish, yeah, and no one gets along with each other, so it all goes well. Yeah.
Oh, for sure, that's got to be part of our national origin story, right?
So we can think of some characters as being. And Will's getting into some diversity about Jacob here too. Oh no, he only posted that to me, but yeah, there's lots of diversity on this. Thank you, Will. Sorry, I'm getting my head back. It is midnight after all. Happy midnight to everyone, by the way. So there's this idea of mythic figures versus historic figures. And I just want to make a quick distinction here. A mythic figure is a figure that we couldn't have any evidence for their existence, right? Abraham is a great example of this. What would it mean to have physical evidence of Abraham's life? Like, right? Like, what would it mean? It's an inconceivable kind of thing. We used to put King David into that category. And then we found an extra biblical reference to King David. So we no longer put King David into that category. King David's like, at some level, in some way, and we're going to talk about that in a moment, King David appears to have been a real person. So we're going to go with that for our story here, which is that sometime around the year 1000 or so, right? Remember that map that we looked at where we could see just how clearly Jerusalem, right, is the dividing line between the southern desert area, right? You can even see it does, right? And the agricultural zone. You got to go through Jerusalem. So sometime around the year 1000 or so BCE, a southern king or a southerner of some sort consolidates power in the south, is coronated king in the south, right? Just like it's Game of Thrones, right? It's actually the reverse. This is where Game of Thrones comes from, I guess. Right? He's coronated king in the south, and then he is able to destroy Jerusalem or to sack Jerusalem or take Jerusalem or however you want to say it. And once this city has been taken, the north is open. And so the north is taken after this as well. This moment for Northerners is not like some grand unification. This is not, yay, now we're all in the glorious Davidic Empire, right? This is an occupation like any other occupation with deep, deep northern resentments against the South, okay? If you want to see some of the evidence of these northern resentments against the South, look at the story of David and Bathsheba, okay? I'm just going to take you through this story quickly if you've never sort of looked at the northern resentment. And there's so many texts in the Hebrew Bible, in the Tanakh, that are about northern resentment against the South. It's incredible. Once you start seeing it, it's all over. The story of David and Bathsheba begins by saying, during the time when the kings go out to war, King David is sleeping late in his palace and wakes up one day and is spying on naked women bathing on their roofs, right? Like, that's how it begins. It compares him to other kings, and then it even says that he's lazy and getting up late, and then and the story, if you don't know it, by the way, of course, is that David insists that Bathsheba come to the palace. He engages in some sort of non-consensual sexual intercourse with her of some sort. She becomes pregnant. Her husband, meanwhile, Uriah the Hittite, right? And this is where you start getting some of the good northern resentments. What do we know about Uriah immediately? What does everyone here know about Uriah?
He's from the northern area. The Hittite kingdom was up in Turkey.
He's a Hittite. He's not like a Judean, right? He's not King David's tribe, the Judeans. He's a Hittite. He's this far northern whatever. So he's fighting, however, Uriah for David. And so David calls him back from the front lines because David's hoping that he will sleep with his wife. And that way, like, everyone will think that it's Uriah's child and it won't be a thing, right? These are great Bible stories for children. And so what we get is Uriah comes back, and Uriah the northerner is so good that he won't sleep with his wife, right? Instead, he sleeps on the floor of the steps of the palace, right? Because he's this great guy, and David, of course, has him killed.
Yeah.
This is a story about how terrible that King David is, written by northerners who were mad because they are subject to a military occupation. Okay, did that make sense about King David?
Yep.
So the thing is, almost immediately though, I mean, really like immediately, this political kingdom falls apart. So let's see. And instead you get something that looks kind of like this. Don't get too lost on this particular map and whether it's perfect or not. We're going to use it as a tool here, where you get a northern kingdom and a southern kingdom, and they divide relatively cleanly along those geographical boundaries that we looked at before. Does that make sense? Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, both of these, and this is the piece that we totally miss in Jewish history, both of these regions here are really tiny, unimportant regions when it comes to the geopolitics of their moment, right? Remember that it's Egypt and Assyria that are the important geopolitical, the northern kingdom and the southern. Sorry, I know that's not what these are labeled as, but you can really see the areas that are important here. And Israel, as we know it, is just important basically because you got to invade it when the north wants to fight the south. I don't mean the north of Israel and the south of Israel. I mean, when Egypt and Assyria want to fight each other, they got to go through Israel, right? So at this time, both the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom of
Can you
Israel.
make that map a little bigger? Can you share
How's
that
that?
map? Well, it's just in your little square, or maybe I'm just not looking at it right.
You should be able to make
If you
me
put it
big on
on-
your own screen if you want. Turn it on to speaker view instead of gallery.
There, I
view.
got it. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so in these two kingdoms, sorry, I'm trying to go back in my head where I was. But both of these are vassal states to the Assyrian Empire, the great northern empire that's so much bigger than this like tiny little backwater place. And what it means to be a vassal state is we're basically talking a mob setup. And it's not that they like have great legislative accomplishments that they're trying to do, or what they really want is they want their money. right? They want their taxes. And so the setup that the Assyrian kingdom has with these sub-kingdoms, these vassal states, is it's a mob setup. It's you pay your royalties and we will give you protection. And if you don't pay for your protection fee, then, you know, we can't help it if a window goes through your storefront. Right? And that's what happens with the Assyrians. And so once we get into about the 8th century, 700s or so, the Assyrian Empire is collapsing. It's definitely collapsing. It's clear. The writing's on the wall. And the Northern Kingdom knows that the Assyrian Empire is collapsing. And they decide that they're going to be done paying their taxes. But it turns out that they are, I don't know, like 20 years too early or something. And instead of getting a empire that has fallen and can't collect their taxes, they are totally destroyed by an empire in decline trying to prove that it's not in decline. Maybe this is like the Second Iraq War of the Assyrian Empire or something. I'm not sure. But what ends up happening is that the Jews who live, or the people who tell the story about themselves, really the people who tell the Moses story, right? Because they don't even tell the Abraham, Isaac, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, Leah, matriarch, patriarch. That's an easier way of saying it than naming all of them. They don't even tell that story. But those people in the north, the people who we later know as the lost tribes, right? What happens to them is that many of them are taken off into exile. At least their political leadership is probably taken off into exile. You can see a map of sort of where they're taken off to. This is a great quality of the Assyrians when they destroy a place, that they take off the leadership to exile. Because first of all, if you get rid of the people who tell the stories of who you are, within a few generations, people lose the sense of who they are and can become something new. They can just be Assyrians, right? But secondly, it's a brain drain. You're getting the very best and the brightest from your community to come to your, or from everywhere you invade to go to your capital. And that is what we get. So this is the end of the 10 tribes as we know it. And there are all these grand theories, right? Like that they've been found in, the Rastafarians think that they're a lost tribe, or throughout Africa, or throughout India, or right, like you find these groups. The reality is, if you want to find the descendants of the lost tribes, look at the Palestinians or the Jordanians or the, right, like what is lost is not, I mean, there's a lot of bloodshed and there's a lot of murder. Don't get me wrong there. But what's lost is the story that people tell about themselves. Right? And once you stop telling a story about who you are, you stop telling it and you stop being that. And that, I think, in many ways is the biggest theme that we're going to get to as we keep moving forward in Story of Us. Because we're going to see it almost immediately, because back to our story around 1000, right? King David is conquering the north and occupying it. His kingdom falls apart because the northerners are resentful. But we get into the 750s or so, and the Assyrians come and destroy the northern kingdom, right? I just told you about the loss of all those tribes. But the reality is lots of these people, lots of these northerners make their way to the south, right? They become refugees. And this right here, this to me is one of those first magic moments. So in the year 1000, the story that the northerners tell about King David is a story of occupation. But in the year 750, when the northerners are fleeing to the south as refugees, they tell the exact same story about King David, except it's about, don't you remember that we were part of one country? We were a part of one people. Take us in. We're one family. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? It's the exact same thing. But 250 years later, the story is retold in a way that connects us together as community at a vulnerable moment, rather than being told as military occupation. Exact same story though, right? King David. Okay, thoughts on that? No thoughts, no questions? Are we all asleep but me? I'm like keeping myself up here. I'm all jazzed.
No, it's
No,
I like what you're saying.
There's not a whole lot to reply.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, okay, I have one question.
Yeah, please.
So could you just like very briefly re-encapsulate? You're like, it's the same story, but told. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it's just too late and I shouldn't ask.
No.
But
Thank you.
I didn't follow that last part.
Who is speaking right now too? Nothing.
Oh,
lit up.
this is Katie Rice Gooder. I don't have my video on, so it might not
hey,
be
Katie.
showing me. Yeah.
Yes. Let me say that again, and thank you for asking that. Yes, because it's also 12 in the morning, so it may just be that like I didn't say the first half of what I meant to say. That's
No,
also
you
possible.
said it. You said it.
So, in the year
You
1000, if you're a northerner, King David is an invader who occupies. In the year 900, if you're a northerner, King David is the person who occupied and destroyed 100 years ago your country. Then in the year 750 or so, the Assyrians from the north come and destroy you, and you become a refugee down in the south in King David's country, old country. All of a sudden, the fact that King David used to occupy the north is actually a story that's meaningful, because now that you're living in the south in King David's region, it's not that you're in a foreign, strange land, it's that you're there with your cousins, right? Don't you remember we all were a part of this grand kingdom 250 years ago of King David that fell apart, right? Northerners all telling that story, but they're telling the story differently because we always tell stories in a way that serves our own self and our own needs in the moment,
That was
or reflects our
super,
own self.
That was super well encapsulated. Thank you.
Yeah, please, whoever.
I think it also explains a lot about why David is delivering his deathbed hit list and why there were so many factions, and why, you know, all of the older siblings have to be pushed out of the way and Solomon becomes the next king.
There you go. Yeah. Someone else was going to say something.
Yeah. Thanks. What makes it in it, or what do you think made it in the Southerners' interest to accept the refugees back into the story with them?
Say that again, or say a little more about that.
The Northerners are refugees. They were the enemies of the Southerners, but now they're saying, no, come on, cousins, don't you remember us? We're buddies.
Got it.
And what prompts the Southerners to say, oh yeah, you are our buddies. You are our cousins.
So let me give you a totally bad example. One of the things that I've learned, thank you, Ezra Klein, is that actually our tribal identities, like our real tribal identities, really aren't that different from our sports fan identities. So I'm going to use a sports analogy here. Turns out it actually works pretty similarly at a personality level. I lived in Cincinnati. I'm from St. Louis, for those who don't know. But I lived in Cincinnati during the sort of late 2000s, I guess the Obama era, the early Obama era, when the Cardinals were really good and the Reds kept being almost good. And so, first of all, it's a great time to be a Cardinals fan in Cincinnati. I want to take a moment to revel in that feeling again for a second. It was really like the glory days of Albert Pujols when Cincinnati almost won, but never did. Exactly that Cincinnati fans hated St. Louis, but like St. Louis fans didn't really care about Cincinnati, right? In the same way, like the Northerners who had been occupied by King David, the Southerner, hated the South. But actually the Southerners, it plays nicely to them in terms of their own sense of mythology that it was a Southern-led kingdom or a Southern-led empire, if that makes sense. So there's not that animosity there. And the equivalent that I'm giving is something like Reds fans who move to St. Louis and say, well, hey, at least it's still the NL Central. Right, like again, I'm probably pushing this a little too much as a metaphor at 12:15.
It's
But
fine.
May I ask a question?
yeah, Natalie, please.
Okay, we've got, I can't remember, the Hittite and Bathsheba. Was she Hittite also?
No, she is not. She is not. It's only her husband,
Well,
Uriah.
I was just wondering, because that'd be a way, hey, not only is are we your cousins, but we were your, a joining of lines.
Totally. Okay, other questions before we go on?
The story that we're talking about, this is all oral. It's not written down. Is that where we're at? Or
everything that I have told so far is based on a combination of various sources, most of it extra biblical. We're starting to get into some biblical sources, but I'm only telling, we're not using biblical sources as history.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So we're telling a story, but is it an oral tradition and an oral story, or is it written down in some place, or is just, I mean, literally tribal knowledge?
No. That's a great question. So for those people in their moment. So the answer is that absolutely there are some written versions of these stories for those people, but when they have written versions, they don't have a conception of Bible in the way that we might understand Bible. They are just retelling and rewriting their stories. And remember that during this time period, if you're not constantly making copies of it, it disappears. And so no one is trying to tell the version of any story. So I don't want us to get lost there for a moment. We'll dig more into your question though, Tony, as we keep going.
I'm following you. We're separating scripture from what was a tale told by a people that ultimately turned into scripture, or is where you're going, I think. Yes.
Yes. I'll tell you what, will you circle back to me in 15 minutes if I don't go where you're asking about?
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions about this first section before we go on, though? Yeah, Faye.
I think the Southerners accepted the Syrians, or they accepted the Northerners more easily because they weren't those money-grubbing Assyrians.
Yeah,
they were Israelis.
Well, they don't think of themselves as being fellow Israelis in that sense, but I think you're totally right that the shared common enemy and overlord was really important, right? And that's always important for creating shared and common identity, is when you have a common
enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Right? Yeah. Okay, let's go on, shall we? Okay, so these people, I don't want to give too rosy of a perspective on how the Southerners take in the Northerners, right? Like, think about any time any population is taken in any refugee population. And, right, like, think about the awful way that Americans today are dealing with refugee and asylum seekers, right? But it really doesn't matter where you go in the world, right? The Chinese are bad at it. Israel has a terrible situation with the Eritrean refugees, right? Like it almost anywhere, it seems to bring out awful pieces. So I don't want to undercut that and suggest that, like, oh, wonderfully the Northerners came in and they all intermarried and it was happily ever after. But over the course of the next 100 years or so, just looking at our timeline now, we are making our way to 621 here. Over the next 100 years or so, what we see is starting to blend together. We're starting to see, in particular in Jerusalem, which has become an important capital by this point, we're starting to see that there are more and more people who have ancestors who told the stories of the Exodus and who have ancestors that told the story of the matriarchs and the patriarchs. Does that make sense? As a shared lineage?
Yeah, you just, no matter what you do, proximity means that you intermarry.
Exactly. And remember that there is intermarrying, but there's also intermingling of stories. We also take on each other's stories in community. So what ends up happening is that the Assyrian kingdom finally collapses, right? What the North had thought was going to happen actually does happen. And by the time we get to the year 620 or so, the Assyrian kingdom is gone. And it's just gone for a moment, because actually the Assyrian kingdom is basically going to be reconstituted under new leadership and called the Babylonian kingdom. And they're going to come roaring back in just a few minutes. But for this moment, we have a golden age. And this is the golden age of Jerusalem. King David's Jerusalem was a backwater. King Josiah's Jerusalem in 621 was the golden age. And I want to nominate, by the way, King Josiah as amongst the very most important Jews in history, and also add him or his administration to the list of the most overlooked Jews in history. King Josiah,
We became the people of the books.
there you go. Yeah, right.
Mr. Bookman.
So King Josiah comes to power around 621. He's a little kid when he comes to power, right? Which immediately tells us actually that this is a moment where other sources of power and influence are going to come into the center. And that's what we see. We see some sort of priestly influences that are going to make their way much more into the center of political power during this time period. And King Josiah is living in a moment where there really is power. He controls the kingdom in a way that no king has controlled the kingdom. Actually, the people around him do, right? He's an 8-year-old kid or whatever. So he's probably not controlling much. I hope he's not controlling much as someone who has an 8-year-old kid. But King Josiah's moment is the golden age. And like any golden age, they're really invested in telling and retelling their own story. So there are 3 very, very distinctive qualities that we find in literature from this time period. Okay. The first is a real belief in the direct reward and punishment for the observance or the non-observance of the commandments. Okay. What I mean by that is look at the second paragraph of the Shema, if you're not familiar with it, that talks about if you keep the commandments, the rain will come in its season and your kids will live. And if you break the commandments, right? Like if you have shrimp, if you, I don't know, use Zoom on Shavuot, then awful things will happen to you and you won't get food, right? You get this kind of theology, right? You find this theology across cultures and across times also, but you find it in Deuteronomy, or you find it in King Josiah's time period. I'm giving away the end of the story here. When I said Deuteronomy, I didn't mean to. But I want to suggest that these people actually believe this in the same way that I understand that if I drop my phone, gravity is going to make it go down. It's just how they understand the world. That's piece number 1. I'm going to go through 3 and then I saw some questions. The 3 really distinctive things that we find from Josiah's era. Reward and punishment, a real belief that that's how the world works. That's number 1. Number 2 is the centralization of the cult into Jerusalem. Those are not like that was not an attractive like title. That was not a sexy title of saying it, but it's really important. King Josiah's kingdom or his advisors, they pass a law basically that says that the only place that you're allowed to offer sacrifices in Jerusalem. We find references to this in some places in the Bible, but I actually want us to suggest that this is an economic before a theological piece. right? Like I think it's useful to think of this in Marxist terms for a moment, that if you close down all the cultic sites outside of Jerusalem, you're actually centralizing a lot of power and money into your capital city, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And the third really distinctive piece that we see is we see a theological change. We see a movement towards what I'm going to call mono worship. And there's some technical differences between monolatry and henotheism, but regardless, prior to this, the basic kind of theologies we've seen are polytheistic theologies that are like maybe what I think of as like playground theologies. My God can beat up your God, right? It's not monotheism, certainly. By the way, maybe the most famous articulation of this theology is Micha Mocha by Elim Adonai, right? Who is like you amongst the gods, Adonai, right? Like my God can beat up your God. It's the strongest God. Read the whole Song of the Sea. That's kind of the theology there, right? What you start getting into with as it moves forward is you get mono worship in this time period, right? Again, King Josiah's period, 620 or so, 621, I think is how I marked it on the timeline. And what that means is an insistence that the only deity that you're allowed to offer a sacrifice to at the temple in Jerusalem, which is the only place you're allowed to offer sacrifices, is my main God, right? Our main God, Yud He Vav He. This is not, again, monotheism. This is not a statement that says anything about this being the only God. It's just that this is the main God, right? And the only one you're allowed to offer sacrifices to at this political place, the temple in Jerusalem. Does that make sense? Three things: mono worship. That was the third one I gave you, but we're going to go reverse, right? Mono worship, meaning you're only allowed to sacrifice to this one God. Consolidation of the cult into Jerusalem, meaning the only place you can offer sacrifices is Jerusalem. Consolidation of the political capital. And the third is really a belief in reward and punishment for the observance or the non-observance of the commandments. Okay, I saw Sarah at least had a question before. Is that still relevant?
Yeah, so what I was thinking about was and I hope I'm not jumping too far ahead, but the beginning of Deuteronomistic language with stuff like the Silver Scroll artifacts from, I think it's Katif Hinan, that like, I know for me and my classes, that just blew me out of the water that we had such an exciting little concrete tidbit of language that just textually is so similar. You can see this is the beginning of that thought, and here it is on a nice little sheet of metal here, rolled up for us waiting in the dirt. It just
Cool. Thank you. So what Sarah said is the giveaway here.
I'm still a little bit lost, because you've got this reward and punishment as one of these three tenets. Were those part of the narrative of the matriarchs and patriarchs? So
let me say this next two sentences, Tony, and I think I'm going to tie some of these together, hopefully.
Okay, great, go.
So these people living at the golden age of Jerusalem, the Josianic era, like any golden age, they are interested in investing and telling their own story. And so there's a huge investment in taking old scrolls and preserving and retelling their history, right? I mentioned this earlier, but when what you're writing on is papyrus or animal skins, if you're not making copies, you're losing material. That's just how it's going. If you're not constantly engaged in the game of making copies during this time, hand copies, of course, then it's disappearing, disintegrating, literally, right? People aren't making straight copies, right? You're retelling it in the right way that makes sense, and you're fixing problems from the last time. And we'll put a link into the scroll that Sarah was talking about, by the way, if you see it in the chat. Thank you, Will, and thank you, Sarah. Sorry, I have to get my brain back on track here. Deuteronomy.
If you're not making copies, then you're losing it.
You're losing this material. So this golden
now
age,
you're making the stories fit
and you're cleaning them up, but you're also telling them with a political slant to explain what's going on.
You always tell every story in your own image. And one of the first things that these people do is they tell the story of the Northerners in their own image, meaning they tell their own version of the Moses story, or to say it differently, they tell a Southern version of the Moses story, or to be even more particular, they tell a Jerusalem version of the Moses story. And what do we call that book, by the way?
Joseph?
Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy is the Jerusalem-centered story of, excuse me. Yes, Deuteronomy is the Jerusalem-centered version of the northern stories, of the Moses stories. And you don't even have to take my word for it. You can take the Bible's word for it. No, that didn't work as well as I thought it was going to work there, Safaria, sorry. 2 Kings 22. I always remember this one. It's very easy to remember the alliteration of 2 Kings 22. I apologize. You can look it up on your own if you want it in the Hebrew. We don't need it for here. You're going to see how we're going to read it. Is there someone who wants to read for us? We're going to read some of this text. Anyone who can see it and is up for it, just jump in.
I'll read.
Sure.
Josiah was 8 years old when he became king, and he reigned 31 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jedidah, daughter of Adiah and Bozkath. What he did was pleasing to the Lord, and he followed all the ways of his ancestor David. He did not deviate to the right or to the left. In the 18th year of King Josiah, the king sent the scribe Shaphan, son of Azaliah, son of Meshullam, to the house of the Lord, saying, "Go to the high priest Hilkiah, and let him weigh the silver that has been deposited in the house of the Lord, which guards the threshold of which the guards of the threshold have collected from the people."
Okay, we're going to pause for a second. Okay, remember that King Josiah says that the only place you're allowed to offer a sacrifice, meaning the only place that you're allowed to like spend all this money, is in the temple in Jerusalem. So who's going to be really happy about that?
The high priest.
The person who all of a sudden is the high priest. They used to just be like in charge of the temple in Jerusalem. Now they're the high priest of everywhere, right? Okay, so the Jerusalem priests are certainly going to be happy about it. Who's going to be dissatisfied about this?
Every other priest at every other place that they have that the people
All
have been
the other
going.
priests, right? They're out of a job, and if they're out of a job because there's only one place they're allowed to work, what are they going to do? They're going to head to that place.
Right.
So we get an influx of them into Jerusalem, and then who's going to be upset? The priests in Jerusalem, right? The original priests in Jerusalem. So I wasn't going to go in this direction, but let's just go here for a quick moment, by the way. The priests in Jerusalem have a separate tradition that says that they are the descendants directly of Aaron, not just Levites in general, but that they're the descendants of Aaron. It's not terribly important until this moment when Josiah says the only place you're allowed to offer sacrifice is Jerusalem, and there's this fight between the Jerusalem priests and the other priests, right? And so the people who aren't from Jerusalem really are going to be invested in trash talking Aaron. And the people who are in Jerusalem are going to be pro-Aaron people. So remember how the David and Bathsheba story can be understood as northern resentment. There's a way of understanding the whole golden calf story that's about non-Jerusalem priests with resentment against Jerusalem priests. Did that make sense? Did that circle close for people?
That's I mean, if you have the point of the schism where you had, I believe it was Aaron, right after Aaron, they were having a question on who was going to be the priest and whatnot, and they said so and so was the son of Aaron and whatnot. that makes sense to be arguing. But why would the golden calf be attacking the priests in
Because
Jerusalem?
the idea here is that the non-Jerusalem priests are invested in the downfall of Aaron. Because it's the people who claim to be the descendants of Aaron, the Jerusalem priests, who are their socio-political economic foe.
And
Again,
Aaron was the one that was left behind to take care and make sure that people did the stuff right while waiting for Moses to come down.
Yeah.
So he failed in his job.
Exactly. He makes the golden calf. Okay. So back to our text here. So we've got the 18th year of King Josiah. He's older, and they're investing a lot of money into the temple, right? If people are going to be flooding into the temple, you got to do some work there, as well as the priests in Jerusalem are starting to get a little resentful that they're having to share all of their proceeds with the other priests who are coming in. So the priests in the priestly class are always a dangerous check on the political leadership as well, right? Remember that the king needs to stay in good graces with the priests. So let's go ahead and keep reading here. Start with verse 5.
And let it be delivered to the overseers of the work who are in charge at the house of the Lord, that they in turn may pay it out to the workmen that are in the house of the Lord for the repair of the house, to the carpenters, the laborers, and the mason, for the purchase of wood and quarried stones for repairing the house. However, no check is to be kept on them for the silver that is delivered to them, for they deal honestly.
Okay, so we know, actually, this always stood out to me, a psychological study that was done looking at people who commit petty theft. And you know the most important factor for whether or not you commit petty theft? It's not your own economic situation. It's not your religiosity. It's how likely you think you're going to be caught. That's really what matters. So I want to suggest that when they say here, take all of this money and no receipts need to be kept, they know exactly what it is that they are doing and that they are buying off the priestly class here, right? Okay. Now, immediately after, like the text doesn't even want to try to hide this from us a little bit. It's more than happy to tell us this. Immediately after we're told that King Josiah gave lots and lots of money to the priests and said, don't worry about keeping the receipts, spend it however you want. Let's keep reading.
Then the high priest Hilkiah said to the scribe Shaphan, I have found a scroll of the teaching in the house of the Lord. And Hilkiah gave the scroll to Shaphan, who read it.
Okay, so you can go through and read the rest of 2 Kings 22 if you'd like. It keeps going. But right, we have the story of King Josiah's Deuteronomy right here, actually. And what we get in this 620 period, in this golden age of Jerusalem, right? And again, just as a reminder, it's a golden age because it's the first moment that we're not a political pawn of this northern kingdom of Assyria or the southern kingdom of Egypt. That the north is in many ways fallen apart at this point. It's going to reconstitute itself in just a moment, right? But so we get this golden age moment where they tell their story and they invest in retelling their story through these lenses as they understand the world, right? And so we can see the Josianic texts. It's today it's known as the Deuteronomical texts or the Deuteronomical histories. And you can see these texts, you can see when they were edited during this time period, because the texts obviously focus on reward and punishment for the observance or the non-observance of the commandments. They focus on Jerusalem being the only place you can offer the sacrifice, and they focus on idol worship as being the worst sin. Those are the three things that stand out. And so those texts are actually pretty clear. They are the book of Deuteronomy, they're the book of Joshua, the books of Judges, the books of Kings, the books of Samuel. Yeah, I think those are all the Deuteronomical histories. And in some of these, like Deuteronomy, are really like original compositions at some level. And some of these are taking really ancient texts and giving intros and closing statements to them, like much of what the Book of Kings is. But you can see them because they contain all three of these things. Okay, thoughts on that? Questions?
You can really see the influence of Deuteronomy on the earlier tradition when David gives instructions to Solomon on his deathbed. There's that, because it vacillates between this absolutely shrewd Machiavellian advice that he's giving him about Joab and all these generalizations about keeping the commandments of the Lord. The Deuteronomic portions just stand out like a sore thumb.
Once you see this in Deuteronomy, you see it everywhere, and you can immediately pick out a Deuteronomical text. It was one of the things that I had on the test when I taught at Bradley Intro to Hebrew Bible, is they had to be able to identify a text from Deuteronomy as separate from a text, a separate Moses text from another place. I want to show you another easy way of seeing these apart in helping to see that these are different ideas of different people. And that's to look at the notions of covenant. So the covenant of Abraham requires what of Abraham and his family? What do they have to do? What's on Abraham's side of this bargain?
Circumcision.
Circumcision.
And that's it. And that's it. And in exchange for circumcision, what's God's end of the deal?
You'll have generations. You'll be the father of a kingdom. Matter of fact, you'll be the father of two kingdoms.
Right? Land, progeny, and wealth are the ways we usually describe the three. Progeny meaning as many descendants as the stars in the sky and the sands of the sea, right? And wealth, of course. So that's the promise of Abraham. Then you get to the book of Exodus. And what's interesting, if you look at the way that the Exodus story happens in the book of Exodus, what do the Jews have to do this time?
Shamor v'Zachor.
A lot, right? There's a whole list of stuff, like 613 by some later accounts. But regardless, there's a lot of commandments that are given, right, under this Exodus covenant. But what's interesting is, what does God have to do in the Exodus covenant?
Not much. He has to do freed us from aside from
Already-
freeing us from the Egyptians, there isn't much.
Already did it, right? Like
Yeah,
that's the
I
key to
gave
the
you
Exodus
that.
covenant.
I'm going to deliver you into this milk and honey land, but that's down the pike.
But by the time we're reading Exodus, the nature of the Exodus covenant is that we have to keep those commandments because God already did this, right?
Right,
Like, just think about that classic saying from the Torah, for I'm the Lord your God who led you out of the land of Egypt to be your God, right?
Right, right. And then we have to say, Daenu, Daenu.
Right, there you go. I lost my track of thought here for a second. Sorry, it's getting late.
You were
Someone
talking
back
about
me
the
up.
covenants. You were talking about the
Oh,
covenants.
yeah. But then, so you get into Deuteronomy and it's totally different, right? Deuteronomy is a covenant that if you keep the commandments, then God will do X, Y, and Z. And if you don't, then God will do A, B, and C, right? Like, remember, covenant, by the way, is just the King James translation, fancy word for brit, which means contract. Like, we don't have to be romantic about this. We're talking about a contract. And in Deuteronomy, it's a really conditional contract. And so anytime you
Is
see
that
that,
where we become the litigious people? Where
yeah,
we
I think we've
say,
always been, yeah.
you know, where we say, okay, and this, and we go back and forth, and yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
So we can see the material that comes out of Deuteronomy because it's got this written all over it, this Josianic material. But the other real takeaway that I want us to have about this is that when we imagine King David, I want us to think about King Josiah, because the stories that we have about King David, I don't mean like the David and Bathsheba stories, but I mean the golden age of Jerusalem kind of stuff. Is the real golden age of Jerusalem was during Josiah. It was not during David. They're telling a story about King David as their mythical ancestor during this moment. And so for them, they're imagining a past golden age that they're trying to live up to, that in fact they themselves represent.
Right, right. Well, and
Does
you
that
have
make
to
sense?
legitimize your position by having power through the roots and through saying, well, look, we got here and we can trace it through this, that, and the other. And that's how we legitimize our existence today in that sort of a sense, especially if you're talking about kings who are, it's all about inheriting it and inheriting your role and your power.
Exactly. And last thing on this before we go into the next section in history, that I actually want us to sort of imagine there are three main bodies of stories here that don't naturally have anything to do with each other. And we build bridges between them, but don't naturally connect, right? In the same way that like Star Wars, Star Trek, and Battlestar Galactica don't connect with each other. I'm showing my geekiness here for a moment, right? Like they live in different universes. The Genesis and Exodus story, the Genesis stories, the matriarch and patriarch stories exist in their own world. The end of that story is supposed to be happily ever after in the land of Israel. That's a totally separate story from the Exodus stories, right? Which are their own version of stories, which is really a totally separate body of stories from the King David Jerusalem stories. And the Bible, in some profound ways that we know it today, is a combination of those three bodies of stories with bridges between them, right? Joseph and the whole Joseph narrative, which is probably the longest single narrative in the Torah, is a bridge between the stories of the matriarchs and the patriarchs and the stories.
Right, and the Exodus.
The Exodus.
But it's, yeah, I guess I always get confused with how you get from the Exodus to David. David to Josiah, I get, and the books and all of that, especially after you've gone and explained this, it makes much more sense. It's just kind of, there's this whole sort of period that's amorphic that we're doing stuff and we somehow get all of a sudden to David. But it makes I understand now better because you have these two conflicting peoples,
Exactly. And these overlapping narratives where one generation's political story is totally forgotten as being political in the next generation.
Yeah. But getting from the Exodus to David is, a little bit.
So I think we're going there next because I actually think the real direction goes in the other way, that it goes from David to the Exodus.
Okay.
So all of these maneuverings and refugees and northerners and southerners becomes immediately unimportant in 586 BCE because the Babylonians have reconstituted the Assyrian Empire. And like any good empire, the first thing they're doing is going to war. And they're going to war with the other great empire, which is Egypt. And if you want to go to war with Egypt, you got to go through Israel on your way. And they do. And the Babylonians engage in a vicious process with the areas that they conquer of cutting off let's call them the one percenters, the political elite, the cultural elite, the scribes, the priests, the kings, the nobility, these people, right? The people,
the smarty pantses.
The smarty pantses, but also the storytellers, right? The people who tell the story of who you are, right? The religious leaders, the thinkers, the mystics, the poets, you carry them off into exile, just as the Assyrians did. And this should have been the end of the Jews. This really should have been the end of the Jews. But there are a few radical things that happen. First, I want to go back for a moment to Deuteronomy because we sort of skimmed over the theology of reward and punishment. And I want to give it some service here. The first of which is it's a much more powerful God that they understand with a theology like that. It's another step towards monotheism, and I want us to see that. Does everyone appreciate that and see how those things are related? Right?
I'll stop right there for a second. At this point, it's simply a story that is being propagated in order to inculcate a political agenda for power and control, and and what makes this story saleable, I guess, is, you know, and because I agree with it. You're not going from the Exodus to David or to Josiah. You're going back.
Are you still in the bathroom?
You're in this golden age of Jerusalem, and you're going back and creating a narrative that gets you there, which begins with the matriarch patriarch story in Genesis, and then transitions into coming out of Egypt, and then this is how you got here.
So they don't have an official version of that ties all those pieces together yet. That's going to come
Not
in
yet,
another,
right? But that's
going to come in another 100 years or so,
right?
So yes, I also I don't want to suggest a cynical. I don't want to suggest a cynical read here that people are using these stories in an overtly political and controlling way. That there's not an official version of these stories in the same way that there's not an official version of the story of what it means to be an American.
Right? But that was the scrolls that were magically found.
Yes, but almost certainly, first of all, those scrolls aren't exactly the ones we have today, and those are snippets that are combined, and there's no sense of of there being, even the fact that they find a scroll and they're like, oh great, look at this new history that we found, tells us something there. That these people are telling their own story in the same way that we would tell the story of what it means to be an American, and certainly that's a story that involves George Washington, and it involves Dr. King, and it involves across time and across in how we tell it, in the figures that we bring in when we tell the story of what it means to be an American and what America means, is going to be a reflection of us in our moment as much as anything else. And so
but it wouldn't it be true that you're bringing these scrolls and saying, look, we found the scrolls that David wrote, and we're bringing them forward here. We found, sure, they were rewritten.
There's not a claim of Davidic origin or authorship to these. It's really just sort of found as ancient valuable scrolls in the back of the dusty room of the temple is the idea. These notions of divine or heroic authorship really come a little later for us, I think.
Okay, all right.
Keep going. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Are we doing something sort of like what the rabbis did to legitimize themselves?
Always. I think we're always doing that. Yeah. Hold on to that question when we get there. Okay. So the Babylonians come and they destroy the political leadership. They carry us off into exile, and they leave the just like regular folk farmers behind. And this should be the end of us. It's the end of basically everyone else. But what all these other groups, right? Like the other groups that are also conquered during this time, you don't know the names of them because they disappear and no one considers themselves a part of those groups anymore. But Jews survive. And I want to suggest that the reason that we survive is because, right, the Northerners with their Moses story in the broadest of senses, the story of having been slaves and having become free, they brought that with them to the South after their exile, after the destruction of the North, right? When they go as refugees. All of a sudden, when all of these people are taken away as slaves into Babylon, it doesn't matter anymore whether you're from the North or you're from the South. What matters is that we are slaves who are in Babylon together. And so all of a sudden, the Moses story becomes an incredibly central story, perhaps becomes the incredibly central story to all of these Jewish slaves in Babylon, right? Look at the power that the Moses story would have to these people who were enslaved. Look at the power that the Moses story has had to enslaved folks for the last 2,000 years, right? In almost across the world and cross cultures, the way that the Moses story, for obvious reasons, right? Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah?
Yeah.
So I want to tell you a story real quick, and then you're going to tell me who it's about. The Jews were slaves in a foreign land under a great and terrible empire. We had been slaves for a while until a new king came to power. Now, this new king had someone in his court who was almost like a son to him. And this almost son came up through the court and became something like a prime minister throughout the land. Eventually, this person is able to convince the king to let his people go, and he leads them back through the wilderness, stopping at the foot of a mountain to write down an official version of the law before they enter into the promised land. Who's this the story of?
Moses. It's Moses.
Right?
Right.
This is the story of Ezra and Nehemiah leaving the Persian Empire.
Right, right. I was wondering if it was, I was beginning, the way you were starting, I thought, is this the story of Esther and Mordecai? Because again, it's sort of has that feel of we're in this oppressed system, and because we stick to this king listens to a vizier, and and we, so it can be Moses, it can be Ezra, it can be.
So I tell this is the story of Ezra because this really is the story of Ezra. That's the historical story of Ezra, and yet it sounds so much like the version of Moses that we know in the Torah, right?
Right.
And the reason for this is because the written version that we have of the Torah, of the Moses story, was written down by the people who came back from Babylon, because they told the Moses story over and over and over again while they were slaves, as a way of inspiring themselves. And then it's their version that we have today. The equivalent that I would give here, if this helps, has anyone read what is it? My brain is going to mush. Zora Neale Thurston. No, I heard Zora.
Their eyes are on.
Eyes are watching God.
Eyes are watching God.
Is that the
Zora Neale
Moses
Thurston.
Man of the Mountain? Is that her? Whatever the Moses one is her. Yeah. But she tells the story of Moses and of the Israelites that is really the story of the African American experience, right? That she uses that to tell it. And in some ways, right, like you can't talk about Moses going up to the mountaintop anymore without it being also the story of Dr. King, right? So what I want to suggest is imagine if there was no written official version of the Moses story and we only wrote it down at the end of the civil rights era, right? The version of the Moses story we would have would really be as much about the civil rights era as it would be about any historical Moses, right? Does that make obvious sense?
Right.
So what I'm saying is that literally the story of Moses and the Exodus that we know of is the story or is the heroic telling of this story by those people who survived Babylonian slavery or Persian slavery and came home to tell about it.
Okay.
Okay. Thoughts and questions on that?
So we're a product of repeated enslavements, as well as our repeated inability to have our disagreements and arguments and fights with how we interpret what we're supposed to be doing. And
exactly
going back with the books, and then we become more litigious and we retell these stories in a different manner every time we re-enter these different political hardships.
So let's bring in some other voices.
When the rabbis say that God could have given the Torah through Ezra instead of through Moses, they were picking up on something.
So there's a lot besides the version of the Torah that we have today that we bring back from Persia. Maybe the most famous one is the written alphabet that we call the Aleph Bet, is actually the written alphabet of the Babylonian language, which was Aramaic. Or to say it differently, if you read Hebrew in Hebrew alphabet, you're actually reading it in Aramaic transliteration. We bring back the months, the whole concept of the months. We bring back from there. We bring back something that looks like monotheism from there. And in fact, it's one of the things that you find when you look at the sacred literature that emerges around it. So the Book of Lamentations, for instance, generally and often attributed to Jeremiah, there's nothing to suggest that is the case, actually. But the Book of Lamentations, which talks all about the Babylonian exile, if you read it, it's actually kind of gross as a theology because it entirely blames us for not keeping the commandments for the destruction, right? Like for mass murder and people dying in the streets of starvation and rape as a tool of war. Like it explains that we didn't keep the commandments, which is gross. But the flip side of this is it also imagines a God that controls history, which is a much bigger God, right? All of a sudden, it's not a local God for war or a local God for rain or whatever. This is a God that actually controls the forces of history, which gave us an explanation while we were in Babylon for how we were there. And so the irony is that our identity as Jews survived Babylonian exile because of that. Okay, did that make sense before we go on to the next step?
Well, before we go on to the next step, we're discussing an academic development of history and what events tie together from archaeological and physical evidence. Where does the idea from a theological sense of any sort of divine being that is actually a part of this narrative, creating it, putting it together, forming this set of history and storytelling in order to achieve the what we know today as Judaism?
I'm going to see if I understood your question correctly.
There's really no God in this story right now. There's a story of a God, but it's not Adonai.
Yes, correct. I think you are honing in on something deeply true about my worldview and how I see this story. Yeah. Okay. But I think that's a really important point, Tony. Yeah, Renee.
There's no answer to it. It's just there.
No, it's an important observation. Yeah, Renee. You're muted. You got to unmute yourself.
I mean, all this is fascinating. I'm thrilled to know it. But I think we, eventually still come down to the question of, does it matter to the people who hold fast to this mythology or to these stories? Does it matter what their origins are or were? And I submit that not really.
I totally agree. I actually, my thesis of this, and I've taught this as a year-long class before.
Yeah.
My general thesis of this whole thing is that to be a Jew means that you tell this as your sacred story.
Right.
That's all that it means. And then, in fact, in some ways, that's all that it's ever meant, is that you say that this is my sacred story. That doesn't have anything to do with your literal genealogy.
I mean, I had a very recent experience, like maybe even a few days ago, when I was in another Zoom session and someone not Jewish was asking me, and I think also Marion Rose, and I don't know if she's still listening, but she was going into a class and she was talking, considering whether, she was saying that now it's generally accepted that Jesus was a real person. And how did we as Jews, how did we evaluate Abraham and Moses? Did we think of them as historic people or as mythology? And both Mary and I said mythology, although I noticed that afterwards I felt uncomfortable that I had, gone out on that limb. And I don't know if it's like my mature self fighting with my childhood self there. But of course, I might have gone on to say to her that that Jesus, assuming that he was a real person at the time, would have probably staked his life, and probably did, on saying that Abraham and Moses were real historical people. So I think, in my interpretation, it's one of the things he's trying to establish. But I don't know. I guess I'm just getting to this, there's constantly, new scholarship. I mean, a few years ago, there was a discovery of certain gospels, that completely told a different story. Jesus was married to Mary Magdalene and all this kind of stuff. And, the discussion on NPR was, will that make a difference? And I'm listening to it thinking, no, because the people who believe, who've subscribed to this narrative, have staked their whole lives on it,
So
lives.
I want to hone in on something you said there and make a distinction. I'm building on some work by Yehuda Kurtzer. If you find this interesting, he's got a short book called Shuva, The Future of the Jewish Past. I think that's the name of it.
Yeah.
And he makes the distinction between memory and history. I tend to make the distinction. I tend to say the exact same thing by saying mythology and history, but whatever you mean.
Maybe is a more resonant word. Yeah.
Yeah. And the distinction is not about what happened, but what the purpose of your telling is. Right? Memory is purpose, right? It doesn't matter to me, like it doesn't matter doesn't matter a little bit to me that the Exodus probably never happened in any way like the Bible tells it at Passover. Like, to me, that's not what Passover is about. I don't care whether it actually happened in a historical way. That doesn't change how I feel obligated by the telling of this story. And that's because memory is different than history. Okay, let's keep going with memory. So we come back as monotheists. By the way, there seems to be an explosion in Babylon of something that produces two great monotheistic communities, Jews and Judaism, and Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism continues to be really, really important to Judaism, and actually is particularly important once we get into the early Christian period, and ends up being even more influential in Christianity. And we'll talk about that if we make it that far into Jewish history in our night tonight. So we come back from Babylon. Wow, I'm getting fuzzy here. We come back from Babylon, and one of the things that's interesting is we come back as monotheists, or the people who come back as monotheists, but the people who are there, like who had been left behind, the other 97%, they basically, from their perspective, these new people who come in and impose the Torah and these laws, Ezra and Nehemiah, are at some level interlopers who were imposing something foreign on them. They weren't so excited about this whole monotheism thing. They were pretty happy with their multiple gods. Like, why did these other people need to come and tell them what real Jews are like? They thought they were the real Jews. Right? So there is this interesting sort of cultural imposition moment that happens here of Jews by Jews on Jews, sort of. But this is the story that we have been telling today, in some ways, of invasion after invasion after invasion. So let's take a look at our timeline here. Right, we've made it through 720, the Assyrian invasion, through 621, Josiah, 586, the Babylonian, 510 or so, the return from exile. Around the year 400, we think the Torah is done as we know it or so. But the next huge date for us that we're going to look at is the year 332, when Alexander the Great conquers and destroys, or I guess conquers Israel, conquers much of the world, known world at that point. What's distinctive about Alexander the Great, though, that is different than what we've seen with many of these other earlier conquerors, is that he's actively invested and interested in cultural imperialism. He believes that Greek culture is better than your culture and that you should be more Greek, right? And imposes that everywhere he goes. And that becomes very true in Israel, that actually there's a great interest in being a part of this Greek community or this Greek culture and assimilate it. We have all sorts of evidence of this. If you look at Israel during this time, there's all sorts of sort of Greek-style gymnasiums. Greek-style gymnasiums, by the way, of course, the athletes participate in naked. And so any Jewish person who has a penis is very obvious if they are Jewish because they're circumcised. So we have all sorts of documented artifacts, in fact, of like circumcision reversal stone weight rope. I don't really understand the dynamics of how it works, but devices designed to do this, which I mentioned is like a sign of just how deep the social pressure towards assimilation and fitting in was, right? So we find this throughout. And what we really see, though, is we see an urban-rural breakdown, right? And it's no different than it is today, where we get Jews in the urban centers who are much more assimilated, who are much more educated, who are much more cosmopolitan, as my Senator Josh Hawley might disparagingly say, right? Like those are the Jews that you get in the urban centers. And what do you get in the rural areas? You get a much more intense religiosity and conservatism. We all know what we live in Missouri. We know, like, this doesn't have to be explained to any of us, right? And so actually what we see in the Maccabean revolt is not really, oh, Sean's living in Mississippi. I'm imagining you get it in Mississippi too, not just here in Missouri, Sean. I feel confident in suggesting that. So what we see is that what we know is the Maccabean revolt, right? The great freedom fighters of the Maccabees are actually religious fundamentalists, maybe akin to ISIS, who go from town to town, forcing all of the men to come to the town square, inspecting the boys for any boys who are not circumcised, forcibly circumcising them, taking them off as child soldiers, and going off to the next town. Those are the Maccabees. Not the story of Hanukkah as we know it necessarily. And in that sense, we can understand the Hanukkah story, right? Like this rebellion against the Greeks is not really a rebellion against the Greeks. It's a rebellion against the Jewish leadership that was aligned with the Greeks, culturally as much as politically. Okay, does that make sense? I want to jump ahead in time to right now with the Maccabees, because I always feel like this is a useful jump here for a second. Hanukkah has been reclaimed by 3 different groups today in the modern era, who each tell it in a very different way with a very different value. And again, this is my theme of the story of us, that we shouldn't be trying to tell it in a historical way. Like, I think it's good that we tell it in 3 different ways with 3 values, like those represent us. But let's see if we can derive them. Who are the 3 groups in modern day world who have really reclaimed and redefined Hanukkah? Anyone want to take a shot at one? American Jews, who turned it into the Jewish Christmas, right? But actually, we say that somewhat disparagingly. I actually want to suggest that what we've done is we've turned it into the First Amendment holiday, and we've turned it into an opportunity to celebrate being publicly Jewish and publicly American, and there being no contradiction between those two things, which I think is kind of beautiful, actually, and not nearly as cynical as the other framing. But regardless, we've turned it into a First Amendment holiday where the Maccabees are people who are fighting for what? For religious freedom, right? The right to practice in the temple and worship their God the way that they see fit, right? It's an American First Amendment holiday that's a Jewish Christmas. That's kind of what we've done with it, right? Group number 2, who else has turned Hanukkah into something else?
Zionists.
Israelis, they turned it into Independence Day. It's 4th of July, right? It's the story of a group overthrowing oppressors and creating a country. Great. Who's the third group that, yeah, there we go. Nicole Mann said it. Chabad. Chabad's the most associated with Hanukkah group in the Jewish world, I would suggest, right? They even have that very distinctive V menorah, right? And they're the ones going and setting up the public lightings and the lightings with the White House and with the mayor and with the, like they do with the mayor of Peoria and they do it with the mayor of Chicago. They like, right? Chabad is all about Hanukkah. And though they would never articulate it this way, ever, I want to actually suggest that maybe their take on Hanukkah is in some ways the most historically authentic, which is that it's a holiday that celebrates fundamentalists succeeding out over assimilated Jews. Right? Okay, I told you that was a tangent far afield into the future, but I feel like that helped us, right? Okay, questions on that or going backwards or any of this stuff?
Oh, I just think it's interesting that it's kind of fun to be Jewish because then you can say, yeah, I don't agree with that and have an argument about it.
Yeah,
So
there you go.
you know, it's like, Chabad may want to be fundamentalist, but that's not how I want to deal with Hanukkah, you know?
Other thoughts? Other
Can I
questions?
throw a fun artifact into the game?
Yeah, please.
So this is a coin issued by King Alexander Yanai, one of the Hasmonean Maccabean kings. It's in Paleo Hebrew. They hadn't
cool.
used Paleo Hebrew in 300 plus years.
Nationalistic, yeah.
You betcha. It's like using black script in 1930s Germany.
That's
Wow, cool. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
welcome,
you.
Daddy.
Other questions or thoughts? Do we want to keep going? We want to call it quits here? What's our feeling?
I'm open for more. But I'm just one voice.
We'll do a little more.
I slept until 5 o'clock in the afternoon just so that I could stay up all night. So,
okay, there you go. There you go. Okay. So the other piece to say for this is, anyone know what probably the latest to be authored book in the Tanakh is? Anyone know or have a guess? What'd you say?
Esther?
Oh, Esther's an interesting guess. We don't really know much about Esther. As I understand it, it's the book of Daniel. And the book of Daniel, what is the book within its own telling about? Not the more crazy messianic stuff, but more broadly the political stuff. What's it about? It's about the experience of
one person that's being an administrator to the king, but it's actually, to me,
hold on, but the king, what king? What king?
Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Chaldeans.
So we're talking about the Babylonian exile is where the book of Daniel is situated.
It always, it struck me, even before I started studying about Judaism, that it was sort of, although I use the word the beginning of the rabbis, but I guess Daniel and his crew, assuming that Daniel actually existed, was basically isn't that the beginning of the rabbinic or the Pharisees, because they were called the wise men.
So there may be some connections here. Daniel is nominally about the Babylonian exile experience, but it is actually the story of the Maccabees. And we know it's the story of the Maccabees because actually if you follow along with the history told in the book of Daniel, it goes along perfectly with the story of the Maccabees and the Greeks and the whole rebellion. And we know when it was written because it just gets like the ending wrong. The way that the king dies, it gets wrong, which lets us know that the book of Daniel was finished before that happened. And is in that way a political work of sort of snarkiness against the Greeks, written as in guise of being the Babylonians. Okay, did that make sense? Okay.
And the fact that it has Greek words in it, but that's another story.
Yeah. So, right, we all know the story of Hanukkah ends with the Jews being in charge again, but it turns out that the Jews who became in charge were like maybe. I love this moment in history because it always gives me the ability to say this line, maybe the most corrupt administration other than the Netanyahu administration. Right? Like in Jewish history, we really get these two really corrupt administrations. I don't know, was King Herod ever indicted? I don't know.
Imagine if the Israeli chief rabbinate ran the state of Israel.
Sorry, I can't help myself about being snarky about Bibi Netanyahu.
It's so easy.
Yeah. But this is an incredibly corrupt regime that comes into power. The Jews who are in power, and in fact, we have like copies of letters from Jews who are writing letters to the Romans saying, "Please come and invade us." That's not why the Romans came, but they came, and they did invade. And the Romans have a very different way, right? If the Greeks are interested in spreading their culture, Rome controls things by the sword. And so what Rome does is it's actually a military occupation. And they build these military occupation cities. Caesarea, Caesarea, right, is a Roman military garrison city. There was a really interesting report jumping ahead 2,000 years or so during the Obama administration, the second term of the Obama administration, that looked at suicide terrorism throughout the world over the last, I forget how long. It specifically chose to not look at Israel. They didn't want to get mired down in the politics of anything that happens when you look at Israel. So they just didn't look there. And one of the things that these scholars really honed in on about suicide terrorism is that it appears to be a basically predictable feature of military occupations. It really struck with me when I heard it because in some ways it just made sense. I don't know the actual history of Caesarea. It may have been in Herod's time period also, Samantha. I don't know exactly when it's built, yeah. So we get those responses to the Roman military occupation as well. I want us to remember, this is going to be my second ISIS reference. I apologize for that. That ISIS starts out as a theological response to the Iraq war, into the American invasion of Iraq, right? It's a nationalistic, militaristic, theological response. And what we get amongst Jews who are occupied by the Romans is the same thing. And so now we're going into the time period, roughly the time period of Jesus. Let's just call it around the year 0, okay? And what we see is that there are Jews, the vast majority of Jews go along to get along. They offer their sacrifices in the temple when they're supposed to, and they go and they do their farming like they normally do, right? Like they're not involved in this. But there is a small, politically elite, definitionally somewhat well-off, upper middle class, probably no more than 10% of the population, who have the free time and the ability and the education to reject the operations of the temple as being corrupt, and to suggest that the operations of the temple are corrupt because the Romans have corrupted it, right? The Romans have put their people in place in the temple, and so it's not legitimate. Does that make sense? But do you see why definitionally that's a small fringy group who would be that way? So let me tell you some of the various movements fighting it out for the mind and body share amongst this small fringy 10%. There are people who totally reject the temple and believe that like the end of the world is coming and God's going to send something and we're going to go out into the desert and live in the middle of the desert and do nothing but like immerse ourselves in many ritual baths that we build. These are the people of Qumran, right? By the way, we think that there are multiple generations of Qumran, and we're pretty sure that the first real settlement of Qumran, like the Shakers in the United States, didn't believe in sex, and they lasted about one generation. And so we get multiple groups of Qumran, but we have all sorts of groups like that like, right, they reject society and they go off into the desert to just go whatever, wait for whatever. We get groups like the Pharisees, the proto-rabbis, who say that there is this other way of being Jewish, that there's this secret wisdom that has been passed down from teacher to student all the way from Moses that offers a totally different way of doing this. If you'd like more information about that, Tuesdays, 5:30 at CRC, or online, we study Talmud every week. We study Tractate Brachot right now, which is really all about rabbinic authority on top of the temple, but it's a little bit of a tangent. So we have these groups like the rabbis like that, and then mostly what we have are messianic movements. Now let's talk about what messianism is, because we're not talking about an end of days messianism. We're talking about a notion that God will change and restore the world order to the geopolitical world order it was always supposed to be. But that's what it is. It's not permanent even. In fact, many of the early Jewish sources like talk about messianic periods. We have the word Mashiach used to refer to all sorts of other people. Judah Maccabee, basically, Mashiach. King David, right? Like all of these people. Yeah. Oh, someone's saying connects it back to King David. Yeah, exactly. Right. It's all part of that same mythic retelling. But regardless, we're not talking about an end of days Messiah. We're talking about a political rebellion Messiah. And to say that you are the Messiah is to say that you are leading a rebellion against Rome. Those two things are interchangeable synonyms during this time period. And so we have these messianic movements that pop up, lots of them, as rebellions against Rome. Yoni the Mikvah man, right? Known to many as John the Baptist. But there's nothing Christian about this dude, right? Like he's best known from sources that later become known as Christian sources, though those two are Jewish sources. Let's not forget that, right? But John the Baptist is a Jewish messianic movement, and as late as 400 CE, we still find Jews who are John the Baptist followers, right? All those scenes in the New Testament of Jesus strapping John's sandal is because they're trying to tie on to all the good branding that already happened with John the Baptist in that movement. Like that's what that's about. But we get Honi the circle drawer is another famous one of these messianic movements. Rabbi Akiva is a messianic movement. Bar Kokhba is a messianic movement, right? There's lots and lots of messianic movements that are rebellions against Rome. The most famous of which today is the Jesus movement, but there's really very little distinctive about that movement in that moment, and there's certainly nothing about it that put it in any ways outside of the bounds of Jewish life during that time period. But maybe the real takeaway that I want us to take from this is to remember that none of these people are important during their moments. Like they're just really not, particularly the rabbis. The later Talmud imagines this great Sanhedrin that like all the kings went to for advice. This is later mythical imaginings by rabbis living 500, 700 years later who are imagining something from this time period that never existed. The rabbis are fringy folk and are not being consulted about any, like they're really fringy folk, almost definitionally, fighting amongst other fringy folk for fringy folk mindshare. And in fact, in some ways, we can compare the way that the Talmud talks about the Sanhedrin and the golden era at this moment of the rabbis in the exact same way that Josiah talks about King David. Good night, Wenzel. Okay. We're losing people. Do we want to call it quits? No, we're going to keep going. I'm cool keeping going as long as we've got people who are interested. Okay, So any questions
sound
about this
amazing.
this moment? So let me add another piece then. We think, looking at the scholarship, that somewhere around, and this was very surprising to me, that somewhere between 10 to 15% of the Roman Empire during this time is Jewish. That was a much higher number than I would have guessed, right? But what's really interesting to me is we think that there's about another 10 to 15% of people who are non-Jewish admirers of, somewhere between admirers of the Jewish people and or believers in the Jewish God, or in monotheism as a philosophical notion, and they're applying it to Jews or whatever it is, right? Like, and that's another 10 to 15% of the empire. So we're talking 20 to 30% of the Roman Empire that is some way Jewishly affiliated. Why? What is the biggest reason that these 10 to 15% who aren't Jewish don't just convert? Anyone know?
Circumcision.
Circumcision. Yeah. Circumcision is a huge deal in a pre-modern society. Without, like, this is the best painkiller that they have, right? Like, they don't even have Advil. And so
also,
no joke. What'd you say?
Also, no pork.
Also no pork. Pork is good. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because it's a big component of the mainstream diet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could I just say one thing? When this is how late it is that you were like, and also no pork, and I was like, is that a painkiller? That's so interesting. I guess it like makes you feel better.
Love it.
Oh, well.
Love it.
But wait, so weren't the Jewish adjacent people also following a lot of the mitzvot, like not eating pork?
We seem to think so. Yeah. We seem to think so.
I was just
yeah.
So what happens is that the temple is destroyed. The Jews rebel against Rome in 68 and the temple is destroyed. And then there's another rebellion throughout the empire around the year 100, we think, that kills Jews throughout the empire. And then 133, we have the Bar Kokhba rebellion, the sort of last gasp of Jewish independence before 1948 or so. And it ends spectacularly poorly. By the way, the version of Hanukkah that we have that's all about the oil is written by these early rabbis, probably living around 200 or 300 CE. And they write it about the oil because they're scared that the real story of Hanukkah could inspire people to rebel. And they're scared that if people rebel again, this will be the end of the Jewish people. So just as sort of an aside there for a moment to close that circle. The temple is destroyed, and the possibility of the restoration of the temple and temple-based Judaism as a religious cultic practice and the possibility of Jewish national sovereignty, both are gone by the year 200 or so. And so what happens is effectively that over the next 1,000 years, and it's almost like just a straight curve, that the 10 to 15% of the people in the Roman Empire who were non-Jewish, or I like Samantha, do you go by Samantha, not Sammy?
Usually Sam, but whatever.
Sam, okay. I like the way
whatever
that,
I respond to.
Oh, my brain just turned to mush. What were we saying even?
Jewish adjacent.
Jewish, oh yeah, those Jewish adjacent folks, those turn into the Christians, right? And to think of it that way, Christianity is Paul taking a Jewish messianic movement and saying that you don't have to be circumcised. Right. That's Christianity. We're laughing about it, but it's real. Like we skip over the many times that Paul says something like you don't have to be circumcised of the flesh, only of the heart, because we miss what a big impediment to conversion circumcision was during this moment. And so that becomes that sort of founding seed of the Christian community. And for Jews, it takes a good 1,000 years before basically all mainstream Jews accept the notion of the Pharisees, which is the notion of an oral Torah. That even by the time you get to the year 1000 CE, by the time you get to Maimonides, Alav Shalom,
You've still got Karaites running around.
You've still got Karaites running around. Exactly, which are a group of people that essentially are those who rejected, or a continuation of the movement of the Jews, not who rejected the rabbis, right? That's the rabbinic framing of it, but actually the real original Jews, right? That's who the Karaites are. By the way, there are still Karaites. You can find them in Jerusalem and San Francisco, because San Francisco. Okay, questions on that? Yeah, Renee.
Okay, so there are all these challenges and reversals and political misadventures, and you've outlined here all these junctures at which Judaism could have and maybe should have disappeared. So the narrative as we've received it, wherever it came from and however it's been synthesized and redacted and chosen, has power. So what do you, maybe I'm cutting to the chase here, I don't know, but to what do you ascribe that power such that it has resulted in a narrative that still holds a tremendous place, and not just in the lives of Jews, but that work that we call the Bible, and even, what other people call the Old Testament, is still, I don't know, whenever I even hear fundamentalists make, quote from the Bible, they're almost always quoting Old Testament. It's got a tremendous power that came from somewhere. So I don't know. Any theories on that?
I'm not sure I understand the question there.
Well, I think I think Renee is posing the same observation that I had earlier. If so, forgive me for Renee. Is that whether this is coincidence or plan of a divine authority, and that we can put it together as a human being and say that it came together like this, or you could put it. It's almost like Tao, the Chinese Tao. The way that things are is the way that things are. The Torah that you can explain is not the Torah, and and it goes on from there. I don't know it well enough to, but it's like there's if you, in my opinion, if you're going to be a Jew, you have to ascribe to a God that is one. So, and when I say one, I mean everything. So when when you sit in here and say in the Holocaust, where is Hashem? Hashem was showing his divine attribute of justice for those. The Torah has horrendous things that are God, and we want to think of God as some loving being without accepting that the high priest's prayer on Yom Kippur was that when you judge us, Lord, remember your attribute of mercy for all that we have done for justice. And so how it came together or not, I do believe that there is a divine authority there. There's a plan. We as human beings want to piece it together as a logical set of coincidences or narratives, and we don't understand it. We can't understand it.
I don't know, Tony, if I would go in that direction.
Okay.
I think I was looking more toward some sort of development, throughout all these stories, some strains that were eventually woven together to reveal a certain approach toward everything, toward morality, toward spirituality, toward the ways in which you live a good life and be, operate as a responsible human being. I don't know. I'm looking there for some sort of common factor that speaks on that level, that accounts for some of the continuous power of the narrative.
Here's what I'm hearing. Tell me if I'm hearing this right, Renee and Tony. Tony, I'm hearing you ask, where is God in this narrative? And Renee, I'm hearing you ask, why should this be meaningful to me then?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I would say just a little bit differently. I would say that if there isn't a God in this story, then why is this narrative any better than any other narrative, which is kind of where Renee is coming from. There's something in this narrative, this story, because I have a hard time thinking of 600,000 people, which are 3 million, surviving in the wilderness for 40 years, camping in a geography that would be about the size of St. Louis, and then marching. I mean, there's many. I mean, where did they find the water? How did they feed their cattle? Where did they take care of their daily bodily needs outside the camp? I mean,
so we skipped this section of the history. I meant to go into some depth there, but the short version of that history of the actual Exodus that we imagine is, first of all, if you look at the book of Joshua, it tells us exactly where the wars were and where the battles were and how they were fought and what cities were destroyed, right? And the thing is, you go to all those cities, we can go to them because we know where they are, right? And you dig there, and there is no evidence for any of this. None. There's a total lack. We've got evidence for all sorts of other things. But there's a stunning lack of evidence for anything that looks like an invasion or even just a movement of a different culture into the area during this time period of any number. So almost certainly for most scholars, what they would say is somewhere probably around the year 1500, 1400. There is a reference in some Egyptian texts and extra biblical texts to the Ivri, which is very close to the word Hebrews, right? Which appears to not be an ethnicity, but actually a caste, maybe akin to like the Untouchables in India or something like that. And there's a rebellion amongst this caste, this slave caste. We are probably talking hundreds into the very small thousands, but these are people who probably make their way to the north of Israel. They settle in some mountains there. And within 3 or 4 generations, you might have 600,000 people who are the ancestors of a group that had fled from slavery. That's kind of the short version as we think.
Yeah. But what the basic premise here that I've got going is that if there isn't a God in here, in all, a oneness of that created. I mean, where did we come from in the first place? I mean, even physicists can't. Once they get back down to that approaching zero unity of the Big Bang, it can't explain it, except for they can't explain it. So if it's unexplainable, then where did it come from? And at that point, if it's not Hashem, then why this religion over any other. I mean, it's ours. So that's where I'm hearing you're coming from, is it's our story that we own. What makes it any better than any other story? That's kind of where I'm at.
I'll give you my personal answer and then we'll open it up. And I know Faye has something to say too. And my personal answer is that to me, these stories are sacred because these are the ancient stories of my people that I am engaged in telling also. And they're the stories that have taught me who I am and how I am supposed to live in the world. And they are the stories I use to teach my kids who they are and how they are supposed to live in the world. That I'm quoting my Rebbe of a blessed memory here, David Hartman, but like, I have come, and I used to be a conservative rabbi, and I would say that my total collapse as a conservative rabbi in some ways is related to what I'm about to say next. I have come to totally believe that the question of why be Jewish, or even the belief that there is any answer of any worth or meaning to that question, I don't believe it exists. I have come to believe that is not a question worth my energy or my time. And I actually think the irony of that is maybe 70% of American Jewish institutions are invested in the business of continuity of Jewish identity, which is essentially an answer or an attempt. It's an attempt to deal with that without actually ever answering the question.
So being okay with the ambiguity.
Yeah, so to me, this story is really meaningful, actually. Particularly the way that I tell this story for me, myself, like this gives me a sense of who I have been and who I want to be in the world. And I get that it doesn't work for everyone. And the lack of it, to me, there's nothing divine about the authorship of this. Instead, what this is it's a discussion of my people oftentimes about how we might understand the nature of the divine. Right. And that's like, for some people that doesn't work. I get that. Like, yeah. I don't even think the other 4 rabbis in my own congregation would agree with that.
I would align with that.
Faye, you've had something to say, please.
I can accept that.
In response to Renee's original question, my thought was that one of the reasons the Torah has such a hold on civilizations and on many religions and many peoples is because what we say in the Amidah, our God and God of our ancestors, the idea that we've all been worshiping the same God for centuries and centuries and thousands of years is kind of mind-blowing, I think. And maybe that's why people have been interested in the story.
And I think the adaptability of it, right? Like that, Faye, you can fit your God and I can fit my God into that text. And somehow we can see it in the same word sometimes, right? Sometimes we can't, sometimes the language doesn't work for us, right? But, right, in one way of saying it, it's the same God. And another way of saying it, like, I know that my grandpa believes something very different about the divine than I do. And I'm sure his grandpa believes something very different about the divine than he did. And his grandmother, like, and so in some way it is that adaptability of that story that works too for us.
And in a sense, it's about laws and ethics rather than a morality, because a morality says it's an absolute. So there's no adaptability in the absoluteness of something. And then when you move into all of these different political conditions, if you have books that have laws and that are sort of an ethical civil text base, you can always return to that and return to the stories and reinterpret them to live in a manner that's consistent with an ethic or a law as opposed to a morality. Because, we have to live in someone, I guess since the disruption of the temple, well, since the Persians and actually Ezra and Cyrus, really, we haven't been in a position, or I guess since Josiah, we haven't been in a position where we're in any power in any of the structures that we've lived in. You know, and that's a long time to like, okay, somebody else is telling us what we got to do. You know, the only place where we can say these are our laws is within our own books and within our own stories.
Okay, do we want to tackle another period in history? Do we want to?
Actually, can I chime in with an answer?
Yeah, I would love to hear your thoughts.
Cool. By the way, let me tell you a teaching from David Hartman. The Bible is written by people who believed in God. The Talmud is written by people who believed in a God who believes in people.
Huh. I like
And
that.
I think that actually explains a lot of this, that part of Judaism's awesomeness is that it takes the Torah seriously without taking it literally. That if there were 2 million Jews leaving Egypt and you had them line up 10 across, walking 4 miles an hour, it would be a procession 150 miles long, and it would take them 8 days to cross a single point. So clearly something's amiss in the text. So you don't take it literally, but you still take it seriously.
Mhm.
So,
Nice.
That's
yeah.
good.
Nice.
I like it.
Yeah, CRC folk, at some point we're gonna have Daniel come into town and do a Delta or a something in residence or something for us. A beloved rabbi friend and teacher. Okay, should we keep going in history?
What's on the table? I don't know if I'm running out of steam.
Next is the creation of the Talmud.
Hey, before you get to that, is breakout room number 1 still going?
It is not. There's nothing happening over there.
Okay. And you didn't bring them back, you know.
We all wound up coming
The lost Jews out there.
We're in the cool kids room.
And Rabbi Dan, I agree 100% with
room.
Jessica that what you've put on the table here is really very important and meaningful, and it puts in context a lot of things. So
It's radically different theology, though.
Well,
I get that.
You know, you really couldn't walk into a Haredi congregation and have this talk.
Some Haredi congregations, you'd be surprised, by the way. Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe.
Yeah.
And there's not too many Haredim on the call right now.
Yeah, exactly. Daniel's has smicha from the chief rabbinate of Israel. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Daniel, we still got 29 people.
Yeah, let's go with the Talmud. I'd like that.
Yeah. As long as Daniel's here, we got to make it all the way to Maimonides. Come on. Daniel and I.
That's 700 years, isn't it? About 700 years.
The first time we met in Cincinnati, we kind of accidentally ended up tag teaming a class in Maimonides together, and it's like brother from another mother. There it is.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. So there are lots of Jews who never left Babylon. And that's one of the things to remember. We're now around the year 200 or so CE. We're on the side of 0. There's a famous midrash that many of us may have encountered that talks about how 4/5 of all of the Jews chose to remain in Egypt because of the creature comforts there rather than risk sort of going off, right? Is it show of hands? Has anyone heard that midrash before? So almost certainly this is a midrash that's actually talking about the Babylonian Jews who by and large don't come back. They by and large actually say, you know what, actually we're comfortable here. By the way, those Babylonian Jews are comfortable there and they stay there. And those Babylonian Jews create a civilization and a culture that goes back much longer in those areas than most of the people who live there now could trace their own lineages. And I only say that because if you go into the teens in the 1920s, a third of Baghdad was Jewish. And today, 800,000 or so Jews have been ethnically cleansed from the Arab world. And that's not the phrasing that we normally use for this. And I don't know if we're going to get all the way to there, but like, that's really what happened, is that there's a community that lived there continuously from the Babylonian exile until the foundation of the state of Israel, at which point they were ethnically cleansed out of their homelands. The Arab Jews did not get up and say they want to move to Israel any more than American Jews have by and large said that. They were forced for all practical purposes. They were kicked out of their lands. But I mentioned that because the Babylonian community continued. And so once we get into the year like 200 or so, after all of these rebellions against Rome and after all of these destructions of Israel, the Babylonian community is in many ways in a better position than the community that's living as refugees in the north of Israel. So there's a guy named Yehuda Hanassi, Judah the Prince, probably called a prince, not because he comes from great lineage, but because he's rich. Right? You can buy anything with that, right? Yeah.
Idol.
You mean he's not a direct descendant of King David?
Yeah, it's like the story of the guy who goes to the rabbi and offers to donate $50,000 to the shul if only the rabbi will make him a Kohen. But I have to be a Kohen. My father was a Kohen. His father.
Sign the coat of arms.
Yeah, exactly. So we have this Babylonian community, and meanwhile in the north of Israel, there is a real concern amongst this still fringy folk known as the Pharisees or the early rabbis, but less fringy now because since there's no temple, like a lot of people are like a little flirty with this whole rabbinic tradition now because it does have some sort of antiquity claim to it at some level. And it makes more sense for a world where there's no temple. And so what happens is this guy named Judah the Prince, Yehuda Hanassi, gathers together all of the great memorizers of this oral tradition. And he decides that he's going to create the official boundaries of the oral tradition. This becomes known as the Mishnah. Sometimes we can think of the Mishnah as a code book of Jewish law. I think that's a mistake. I think that's what it's used for later. I think at the moment that it's created, it's much closer to an anthology where it's trying to set the boundaries of a conversation much more than it's trying to give any answers, right? Like famously, the beginning of the Talmud is a question about, the Mishnah is the basis of the Talmud, by the way. We're going to get there in a second for those who don't know that. But famously, the beginning of Tractate Brachot is a question that deals with basically when does it count as morning? When does the sun come up enough that it's morning? And you get like 4 answers. You get someone who says like at 7 o'clock. You get someone who says when you can tell blue from white. You get someone who says when you can tell blue from green. You get someone else who tells a story about like 2 drunken kids who slept in and still said Shema the next day. Like you get this whole variety of answers, but you're not told which is the answer. We just move on. And that's why I think it's clear that what we're trying to do, what Yehuda Hanassi was trying to do, was set the boundaries of the conversation, create an anthology. And in fact, almost immediately, there's like an addendum to the anthology. There's the B-sides to the greatest hits, known as the Tosefta, which is a collection of the sort of lines that didn't make the cut into the Mishnah. Yeah, Sean says, with practical demon advice sprinkled in. Yes, join us on Tuesdays at 5:30. One of these weeks, we're at the beginning of Brachot. I forget where the practical demon advice comes in, but it's early in Brachot. So yeah. So Yehuda Hanassi creates this document known as the Mishnah around the year 200. Some say 220, some say 200 CE. And it is immediately sent to Babylon. The way that the later rabbis refer to it as being sent to Babylon, it's like there must have been all these horses and elephants in procession, but I'm sure it was not nearly that big of a deal when it arrives. But what happens is over the next 600 years or so in Babylon, there's an addition and a commentary to this that gets built, known as the Gemara. that's, I don't know, 10 times longer than the Mishnah, 20 times longer. I have no idea what the actual, does anyone know the ratio? It's huge. And when you publish them together, it's known as the Talmud. I want to suggest that the Talmud is best understood as the Wikipedia of the Jewish world from the year 200 to the year 800 or so. And if you come to Talmud, the way we study it at CRC, we really pay attention to these seam lines, because just like Wikipedia, there are all of these different authors who interject into the Talmud, but you can be reading a 3-paragraph piece where every sentence is written 250 years away from the next closest sentence. And where people are just like jumping in the middle of a paragraph to go off on a tangent about something that someone said 300 years before in the sentence above that. And they go on for, then 6 pages about that and then return to the previous discussion without any warning. And so in that sense, it is Wikipedia. I'm going to jump ahead to a thinker about 1,000 years after this, Mordechai Kaplan. One of the underlying questions that's come up, Tony mentioned it, and I forget who else did. Jessica, was that the person's name? I remember someone. Jessica, yeah, Jessica. This notion of Judaism as a religion. So there's this thinker, Mordechai Kaplan. He ends up founding the Reconstructionist movement accidentally. He means to just be a conservative rabbi, who people have taken it as an idea that's prescriptive, but I actually think he's just trying to describe the Jewish world as he understands it. He says that Judaism is not a religion, we are a civilization, right? And civilizations have religious components, but that fundamentally what it means to be a Jew is to be a part of a civilization. I'm building off of Kaplan a little bit here. This is not just original Kaplan, but almost every other civilization that exists in the world has had a geography that replicates its civilization, right? The way that you become French is basically to live in France and eat the food and read the newspaper, and like, it doesn't matter how good you're. And Jews haven't had a place that replicates our culture. And so Kaplan's observation, and it's one that I fully agree with, is that Jews relocate our civilization from a place to text. And in that sense, I think we can understand the Talmud, but I think we also can understand the Torah and the Hebrew Bible and all of these pieces as simply layers in a Jewish conversation. The Jewish civilization has been moved from being about place to being about text. It exists inside books instead of exists in a place. And there is there's a classic line, there's a classic story from the Talmud I want to share here, because I think it represents a Talmudic perspective and also sort of addresses this bigger meta question that Tony's talking about, and Jessica and Renee at some level. The rabbis of the Talmud have this famous story known as the Oven of Achnai. They're debating whether or not, they're not talking about kashrut, but we may as well call it kashrut here. It's not kashrut, but we're going to pretend that it is, about whether or not an oven can be made kosher with a technological innovation. The short version is if a pot is broken, it can't acquire impurity. So someone comes up with the great idea of like pre-breaking your ovens and then just putting sand in between the broken pieces and saying, voila, it can't become impure, right? Like, it's actually genius. Rabbi Eliezer is the one who comes up with this idea. And so Rabbi Eliezer presents it before the great Sanhedrin, like, which supposedly meets with God's, right? Like, it's like the Pope and the smoke coming up and God's will and all, right? Like, the Sanhedrin votes. And so Rabbi Eliezer makes every logical argument, and the Sanhedrin looks back at him and says, we don't care. Like, we're not convinced. And so Rabbi Eliezer calls on miracles to happen. He calls on the carob trees to attest that he's correct. And we're told that the carob trees get up and jump, right? And this tells you everything you need to know about the Talmud. The Talmud then goes off onto a tangent as to whether the carob trees jump 100 or 400 cubits. Like, they're not questioning that carob trees could get up and jump, but like, how far do they jump? That's the real question that they got to deal with here. That's the Talmud in a nutshell. And the rest of the rabbis look back at Rabbi Eliezer and they say, like, what do carrot trees know about keeping kosher? And And so he goes through 3 or 4 miracles like this. The water runs backward, the walls begin to tilt in. There are all these things. And at each time, the rabbis vote no, and they say, what do these know about keeping kosher? What do they know about halakha is what they say. And so finally, Rabbi Eliezer says, if I'm correct, let HaKadosh Baruch Hu, let the Holy One, blessed be God, attest that this is kosher. And there's a voice that cries out, a bat kol, a female divine voice, by the way, that says, the law is with Rabbi Eliezer. And what do the rabbis respond with? They quote Deuteronomy back at God. They say, the Torah is not in heaven. God, you have no standing in this court to testify. Right? Like, they look at God and they say, what do you know about Jewish law? And the addendum to the story, which is what really sort of caps it, and I think it drives it home, is that there's an addendum that says that one of the rabbis later is hanging out and runs into Elijah. I always imagine that this is at a bar, like they're having a beer and, hey, what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm Elijah. And so the rabbi runs into Elijah and asks Elijah, what did God do? I got to know, what did God do when the rabbi said you have no standing and you can't testify in this court? And the rabbis respond that God laughed, or Elijah responds, excuse me, or the rabbis in Elijah's whatever, right? Respond that God laughed and said, my children have defeated me, but it's a word that can mean defeat or expand. I learned that from Barry Kogan, our teacher, Daniel. But right, God smiles in joy. The rabbinic imagination of God here smiles in joy at the idea that the point is human process, not divine origins. So
you've grown up.
Yeah, right, exactly. So in the Middle Ages, the pearl was a Jewish symbol. I always teach these things together. A pearl starts with a grain of sand that goes inside an oyster, but it's the layers that get built upon that grain of sand that offer the value. I want to suggest, and this is my like core idea of Story of Us, and this is my core answer to you, Renee, at least, I think, or to the broad questions you're addressing here, important questions that you're addressing here, which is that the pearl is a Jewish symbol because every generation we add our layer to the Torah, just like over time, layers are added to that grain of sand to create something of great beauty. But you would never, chas v'shalom, cut open a pearl thinking that getting back to that grain of sand is the real point of it. And what I want to suggest is that that is exactly the right metaphor for at least my understanding of Judaism, which is that the value is found in this pearl that has been developed by our people for the last 3,500 years or so, and that the layers of this pearl bring it to value, and that actually one of the things that makes the pearl so wonderful is how large it is, because there's so many layers underneath every piece of us. But that I would never have any interest in cutting open that grain of sand, that pearl, to go back to the grain of sand. Right? In this metaphor, the grain of sand is the Torah, I think. But I hope one of the takeaways from tonight also is that the Torah is also a pearl of layers. We just don't see it anymore because it became canonized. So we treat it like it's a grain of sand, when actually the Torah itself is a pearl of layers, and you can always keep going back. Like, if there's one takeaway from today, I really hope it's this idea that we tend to think of biblical history or who wrote the Bible stuff as being a game of telephone, that there's an original story and our goal is to get back to it. And I want to suggest there's never an original story, that it's always a pearl, that everyone who has ever told a story has told it in their own image and through their own life experiences. And then the next person to tell it builds on it. And I want to suggest that's always been the story. And that's always been the case, and that there's something just deeply human about that. So I know that's not the end of Jewish history, but that does feel like a potential endpoint for us if we want to end. But I'm, again, happy to do another chunk too. I see Renee going to sleep.
It's been wonderful.
Okay, let's call it a wrap there. This was a great Shavuot study, everyone. Chag Sameach, this holiday that celebrates the giving of the Torah. I've seen a couple comments about this. At some points, I'll do this as an expanded something rather than just a one-off storytelling. But I did a year-long version of this where every session used original text, like the way that we dug into 2 Kings 22 for a second. We did that every week for an hour. So we'll figure out a way. Chag Sameach, everyone. Get some sleep.
Thank you so much.
Chag
This was
Sameach. Very nice. Thank you.
great.